And now, live from the Man Cave, Studio B, deep in the heart of constitutional Livingston County, Michigan, on a Tuesday night remembering Charlie Kirk Rant, with co-hosts Patrick Acton, Shane Trejo's in the house. I bet you thought I was going to say Trejo. Yeah. Yours truly, Larry Parsons. This is My Brain. And now your host, the guy behind me looking at me funny, Jeremy Scott Gibbs. No cats for running over in the production of this show.
You got nothing?
Nothing for me either.
All right. How about this? Turn it down.
Mine says mute on it.
There you go.
Okay.
For some reason, oh, you know what? I did. I moved a plug around, and those must not be on the battery side. There's a battery side.
The boss messed up again.
You know what? I blame the intern, and as well I should. And the intern, let's see, where's my table? I should have this. There it is. Table zoom up. All right.
Oh, I tell you, that was an incredible dinner.
Good stuff.
Oh, God.
It was.
Yes.
I don't know what I liked better, the buffalo or the yak.
I don't know. Turn your mic on. The buffalo or the yak?
Yeah, I don't know what I liked better.
It
the
is a
buffalo
tough
or
choice
the yak.
between those two, and that's
Yes.
not what we had.
But that's not what we had. It was walleye and steelhead.
Yeah.
And some awesome rice.
Mm-hmm.
And
Signature.
some salad.
Yeah.
The signature
And there was
salad.
some mushrooms.
There was some shrooms in there.
Yeah, no meal is complete without the fungus.
Without the fungus. The shrooms.
I mixed a little of that into the rice, and that kind of, that really flavored it up a little bit. But it was more than just rice. It was rice, spelt, and kamut,
Nice.
all cooked in a pressure cooker, so it was nice and fluffy.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. Welcome back to the show, Shane.
Happy to be here. Sorry you lost your headset there, but happy to be here. Not going to be having the best thing to be talking about, I don't think, but this is the times we live in. And
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are here, constantly telling the truth. There's millions like us, we're going to keep fighting no matter what.
Yeah. It's
No, Charlie wouldn't want us to give up. He would be just like Trump, pumping his fist. Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah.
Well, you got to look at the positive. I mean, the whole world is just rocking for Charlie right now.
Yes.
Millions of people out on the streets in the UK, South Korea,
Yep.
are all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, the million, there was a million.
Australia.
I heard Australia too. Yeah. I did. Yeah.
The UK had 1 million plus people. It was already a pre-planned
Yeah.
rally that Tommy Robinson was putting on, and yet I don't know how many people showed up with Charlie Kirk stuff, but it was already a pre-planned rally, and they just pivoted and didn't change the dynamics of the thing, added to it, and it was phenomenal. I know we had we're going to get into it, show some videos and stuff like that, but we had a good time there in Brighton. It was very
Yes,
interesting.
we did. What do you think? 2,500, 3,000 people there?
We were trying to estimate it. It was packed.
pretty
The
packed.
estimates I heard were low. They were talking 1,000 to 1,500, but
No, shit, you can fit that many people in Floodgate Church. And from
Yeah.
what I saw, those people standing all around that pond over by the, the main street there, and it was packed.
Yeah.
All along the bridges and that.
it was.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Sheriff Murphy and the police chief in Brighton, they weren't sparing anything. There was drones above our heads. There was
nice.
snipers on the roofs, and there
Yep.
was. I counted was there 14 sheriff's deputies and police officers that we counted?
There was
Something
probably
like
more than that.
Yeah.
My one buddy is a local police officer. I won't disclose his name, but I got quite a bit of info from him.
Yeah.
And he said at one point he looked to the other officers there and said that he figured they had about 4 times as much police as Charlie did on the campus of there in Utah.
Well,
And-
Murphy wasn't playing any games. You're not going to come to Brighton to the
Right.
constitutional Livingston County and,
Right.
and pull bullshit.
Well, this was, for my information, this was actually run by the Brighton Police Department, and Murphy sent deputies over to assist,
Oh, is that what it was?
as well as a couple other.
That wouldn't surprise me, but they weren't sparing anything.
No.
You know, they had. As a matter of fact, I panned up and got some video
Yep.
a
They
couple
were-
different times of the drone. I don't know what the drone was doing. I don't know if it was. I thought it might have been media covering it, but maybe it was just law enforcement. I don't know.
Why didn't Charlie Kirk have that? A simple.
Why didn't they have one person on the roof with binoculars and a radio?
How hard
That's
is it?
all they would have needed.
There apparently was a drone circulating around. Why wouldn't you have a drone fly around to see if?
Well, how many times had he been to this Utah campus before? I know he'd been there multiple times.
Well, it
So
is-
did he feel a little bit comfortable in
it's
that?
very conservative.
Yeah.
You know, the whole state is very conservative. So,
Yeah.
you know, he probably had an air of comfort.
well,
just
and,
based
you know,
on that
there's,
alone.
you know, see what happened with Trump and
Yeah, you
see
can't.
how they're
Butler
when
was a
Trump
conservative
was when
area.
they shot Trump. You know, no one was doing anything about letting that guy get up on the roof to do it. So,
Right.
you know, seems like
And it was the local Leos that were that took the actual kill shot, and the closer snipers on the one roof later shot. But it was the local the local law enforcement that actually had the kill shot on that guy, which I wish they would have kept him alive, because then we'd know who was pulling his strings.
Yeah.
I know there's $50,000 that was deposited in this Tyler's bank account over the last 6 months that they are trying to figure out who did it.
And did you hear today? They announced that the Tyler Robinson, the alleged shooter, is on suicide watch.
Yes.
Oh, okay. He also, well, he's probably missing his furry trans friend.
Yeah.
Yes.
The transcript of them, it was like
Yeah.
the most
the
like
text.
robotic, formulaic conversation imaginable, where he just happened to give all the incriminating details of how he did it.
Right.
Just wrapped in a bow.
Yeah. Patrick has some ideas on that. We're gonna get into some of that tonight.
You know, it turned. You know, it's funny because the liberals were all trying to say, "Oh, he was a conservative. He was a mega. He was one of you." Well, you know what? He might have been raised that way,
Yeah.
but he turned in college. He got indoctrinated. He fell for all the left-wing rhetoric. He wrote on the bullet, "Hey, fascist, catch."
Yep.
Right? He had Antifa emblems etched on the bullets. All right? The guy was a left-wing nut job.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Not only that, but he's gay.
Yep.
Right? And dating a transgender.
Yep.
So, you know, all the guessing is now out the window.
Yeah.
Even if you accept it at face value and look at the facts that are clear about this guy, there's no doubt that he was far left Antifa. They talk about, you know, he wrote three. What does he mean by those three lines pointing downward? On the
That's
on
an
the-
Antifa thing.
Yeah, on the shell casing. It's like
Yeah.
all these different stories
Yeah.
speculating
And
about.
there's a lot of gamer
what-
tag stuff,
It's a
too.
gamer thing. Like, what could this be? It's literally the Antifa logo.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally what they use as their branding
Right.
worldwide.
Because they're
And,
evil.
and yet, you know, our media plays dumb. Even Fox News plays dumb because, you know, they're already like going away from like clamping down on against Antifa and far left terrorism.
Right.
Now it's being shifted into we got to stop hate speech.
I'll tell you one person that's not in the quote unquote mainstream that's not playing it down, and that's Gutfield. Dude, he's been so spicy. I love it.
Good.
He's like, sorry about cussing. He's like, but this is bullshit. He went after the one lady. It was the Five, whatever that show is called, where there's five of them. I just saw the clip. Yeah, it was wild. Anyways, all right, so yeah, good dinner. Welcome to the show, everybody. I didn't even pull up chat. I know there's people already in chat. Larry Rumble messaged me. Larry.
I just sent you
an Antifa emblem or
Oh,
Antifa logo to share with everybody.
okay.
So we can pull that up and everybody understands what the 3 letters mean.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yes.
their.
So the 3 lines.
Dale's got a new moniker because he's trying a new browser. All right, we'll see what's up with that, Dale. I thought I saw somebody asking me if we were starting at 9, and I didn't understand why we were starting at 9, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right, so welcome everybody to the show out there in interweb land. Let's see if we can get some disclaimers out of the way. Let's see what's up. I forgot to go take that key over to Vince.
Uh-oh. Well, he can get here, can't he? I thought he
I
was
don't
going to
know.
walk on
I'm
over.
taking a walk.
Well, what about, you want me to run it over to him?
No, it's fine. It's all good.
I think he knows we're doing a podcast.
Yeah, he does. He was trying to get me to
Yeah.
do something beforehand. I'm like, I'll text him here. All right, let's do this. And it is disclaimer time. Larry, quit playing with your phone. So we're going to adjust on the fly.
There it is.
Yeah, it is. I just
There it
hadn't
is.
hit the button, buddy. I was waiting.
This is my brain. Notice this show is mostly raw and unfiltered and completely politically incorrect. We say Merry Christmas and the Pledge of Allegiance, especially the part about one nation under God. We thank our troops for their service.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, all you service people.
Everybody out there.
Yeah.
Multiple.
All you veterans.
All you veterans.
And the one in the house.
Yes. We only recognize 2
Thank you.
genders.
One
2 genders.
One has a dingle, the other wasn't.
No
One has a
dingle.
dingle, the other
No
the
dingle.
other one doesn't.
No dingle.
No dingle?
No dingle.
Dingle and no dingle.
Still kindergarten
It's pretty,
pap.
I mean, that's
When the little boy stands up and goes, boys have a penis and girls have a vagina.
Yeah.
And he's
pretty
like,
simple.
thanks.
Pretty simple.
Well, liberals need to watch that show because they tend to be confused.
They are
Yeah.
confused,
Yes.
and then they're the ones that turn around and go, I think I have a tumor. Yeah, you do.
As adults,
Because liberalism is a mental disorder. Go ahead, Grandma.
As adults, we have to discuss these things. As adults, we enjoy adult beverages. Cheers.
Cheers.
You
Adult
remember
beverage.
that drinky,
Righty, right, drinky, drink.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know
Jeremy
what's going
slurs
on.
his words. Well,
He does.
check in with me after 14
Yeah.
hours of pouring concrete. I guarantee I'm slurring
up the
words.
driveway.
Right. We cuss, but we do not curse or swear. If you don't know what that means, please look it up. We
Yeah.
cuss, but we do not curse or swear.
Exactly.
We
There's a
love
difference.
Jesus. We hate religion and religious hypocrites. If any of this offends you,
Get
please
out.
leave.
You know what's hilarious is that Tim and I loaded up all the disclaimers in here, and he
I
loaded
resurrected
up,
the
he
older
loaded up the old
version.
original
Yeah.
version,
That's why
which
that's on
says
the
we hate religion and
A-holes.
religious a-holes, and then
All right, so we can cut that one. Let's see. Patrick, let's do it with this. Oh, and Teddy has the night off tonight, and he is sending me new quotes that he wants to do. He's like, we gotta do new quotes.
Well,
I'm like, okay, buddy.
I like the old ones.
Well, he likes a few of the, he likes the one that he's got, so we're fine. Patrick.
To argue with someone who has renounced the sense of reason is like administering medicine to the dead. Thomas Paine.
Yeah, baby.
Yep.
Mr. Trejo.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, except for bears. Bears will kill you.
Bears will fucking kill you, man. Larry, get off your phone.
Another new one.
Your thing's off.
Yeah.
Your microphone's off.
Oh, my microphone's off. Another new one. Okay.
well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, comma, the right of the people to keep arms should not be infringed, period. It's the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution.
That was pretty quick.
Written December 15th, 1791, expires never, or should I say not written, but
Or expires when hell
When
freezes
hell freezes
over.
Yeah,
over
when
and
hell
you pry
freezes
it
over.
from my
That was the first
cold,
time I read that.
dead hands.
that was the first time I read that.
What? That today?
Yeah.
Liar.
It's the first time I read it today.
What's the first time you read it today?
Yes.
Okay, truth teller.
Let's see. What one did I want? Here. Let's do this one. In the beginning of a change, the patriot is a scarce man and brave and hated and scorned. And when his cause succeeds, the timid join him. For then it costs nothing to be a patriot. Mark Twain. What did it cost Charlie?
Cost him his life.
His life. But
and that's what James O'Keefe said. If you're a truth teller, you got to be willing to give your life.
True. And all together now, gentlemen.
Never apologize and never explain. It's a sign of weakness.
Weak.
And I pushed the button. It did not work. I pushed the Crowder button. It didn't work. All right. Don't apologize to these a-holes. It's useless.
It's useless.
It's a totally useless. I didn't turn the sound off over there, did I? I don't think I did. Okay. Anyways, we're good. We're back to us at the table. We'll get back into more of this discussion here. Let's start with the quote that I pulled up. Let's see here. This was sent to me by young Teddy. Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde's got a podcast, right?
The Sam Hyde Show.
Yeah. I've never listened to it.
I've seen him live do stand-up twice.
Okay. Good stuff.
Very, very funny.
He's a comedian.
Very offensive comedian.
Very good. We like offense. We like to say things offensively here at this show. I mean, we've never been accused of that.
Is he left-wing loon offensive, or is he?
No. Listen.
Far right.
Yeah, listen to this statement. When we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny.
Yeah.
It's true.
Sam Hyde.
Sam had a great show recently. I think Steve Bannon played
A clip?
a clip from it.
Okay.
It's really good. I think I'll send it to you. So
Yeah, find it offhand
You can
and-
cue it up during the break or something like that. It's
Okay.
really good.
Very good. And there's a lot of content out there. I don't know. Somebody was asking me if we were starting at 9, and I wasn't sure why. Was there something else going on? I mean, I had the Tigers game on before we went live.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a weird time. We never start at 9.
No, and I know that JD was hosted the. Was it today? JD hosted the Charlie Kirk show.
It was Ben Shapiro today.
Okay.
It was JD yesterday.
I'm glad I didn't tune in to Ben. Not a big Ben fan.
Me neither. Well, he says he's going to take the mantle from Charlie Kirk and be the free speech defender.
Okay.
For going
Okay.
forward.
Nobody-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Ben.
it.
Thanks
Yeah,
for taking the mantle.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
sure.
like saying somebody's going to replace Rush Limbaugh. It is never going to happen. Now, somebody can step up and be themselves.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. But if you think you're going to replace Charlie Kirk, you're out of your mind.
Well, he's going to take up the mantle, and he'll omit the parts where Charlie was critical of the government of Israel.
Yeah, that'll fall by the wayside fast.
That'll fall quickly by the wayside, because Charlie was a big.
Truth teller.
He was a big truth teller. He was a fan of Israel, but when they turned heel and he started to question it, Patrick's got a little breakdown of that. I don't fully buy into the. Israel being involved. I think this was grassroots leftists spun up, and I think there were other. From my observation and all the stuff that I've looked at, I think this was a true grassroots spun up whack job that got indoctrinated and they spun his top, through their garbage. But I think there were definitely deep state elements that were ready and willing to assist him if he were to not succeed. So that's my take on it. I know they're still analyzing the footage, but when you look at the totality of this, how many cell phone cameras footage has come out?
Tons of them.
Yeah.
Tons of them.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on. So we're going to get into this.
And that's one of the things that bothers me. Okay, I have one of those,
Yeah.
but I'm deleting it. Right?
Deleting what?
One of the cell phone videos. I don't need it.
Oh,
I don't
Watching
need it.
his- yeah,
But
watching
what's
the
going to
gruesomeness
happen
of
when
it.
these kids get bigger and they Google their dad's name?
Well, they're gonna see it. It's,
Well,
the same way. Same
I
way,
think
JFK Jr. saw,
Yeah,
his
the Zapruder
his
film.
dad's brains get blowed out.
Yeah.
So
The one that I'm challenged
It's
with
unfortunate,
is
but it's
Charlie
true.
Kirk was sitting here in this outdoor auditorium. Okay, behind him is a wall, a very tall wall. Okay, the shooter was directly in front of him, according to this article I read. So if he shot, he would have hit him in the throat here. But he was shot in the side of the neck, from this side. So how did that happen?
Well, some of the analysis I saw was it was shot here, and then the exit was here.
Okay.
So the footage I've seen is when he turns like this, because he leaned.
Yeah.
He leaned slightly this way, and then it was here, and then you see this huge outpouring here, and then he slumped that way. So I understand. It seems, and there's a lot of things because his bulletproof vest rippled, but I've watched a lot of it on
So he did have a bulletproof vest.
100%.
See, I wasn't aware of that because
Yeah.
somebody else I was talking to said it ricocheted off his bulletproof vest and
No.
took out his neck. If you watch the video, his shirt goes
Correct.
like that and lifts way up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like something hit his shirt.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. I mean, I'm sure that after the FBI analyzes the bullet, and we'll be able to get to the bottom of this. Oh wait, they can't
They
confirm
find the
whether
bullet.
they have the bullet or not.
Not only that, the campus maintenance crew tore up all the lawn and replaced it. They were,
Immediately.
Yep.
Crime scene is destroyed. All the evidence was moved immediately after, and the crime scene was tainted. The guy in the audience who just got busted for child porn today.
Yes.
Provocateur.
Yes.
Oh, let's
Larry was
The long-haired guy?
the old guy.
the
old
old
guy.
guy.
Okay.
Yes.
So Larry was looking at it, going, "Yeah, this old guy. He
Yeah,
he admitted that he was."
Fox News reported that the old guy only did it to give the killer more time to get away.
Right.
So, I mean, you're talking conspiracy, you're talking
100%.
obstruction of justice, you're talking aiding and abetting, right?
And then while he's
and
in
then
custody,
you can
they-
add it. You might as well throw child porn on there too.
Yeah, while he's in
Hey,
custody and
yeah.
they've got his phone, he goes,
Throw 'em
"Oh
away.
yeah, I
Carry him out in a box.
I like to look at little naked children. I'm a pedo."
But
a lot of these guys, if they find someone who's into that, that's someone they'll set up as their patsy, as their
Yeah.
asset.
Well, they're
someone
controllable.
they can be controlled.
Correct.
And if those charges get plead down or
Yeah.
you get some kind of ridiculously low sentence for that,
right.
then that's another
course-
giveaway that he was an asset.
I mean, the bonus, you could have a pedo prosecutor and a pedo judge that get to, are forced to look at all of the pictures there. Sick fuckers.
Yeah.
Let's see. What I put here first in our notes, the assassination of Charlie Kirk has affected the entire world. I want to say this right off the top. There was this black pastor. Whose pastor is it? Is it that dipshit black chick? I know that doesn't narrow it down.
first racist comment of the day.
Crockett.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett.
Yes, the one who was raised in an upper middle class
did you say
residential.
minister? Did you say?
Her pastor.
Oh, her pastor.
She was raised in an upper middle class home, went to elite schools, and you can find video of her less than 4 or 5 years ago talking just like we are on the show in a very articulate fashion. And now she got all this ghetto talk. She gonna talk and everything like that.
She learned.
It's
She
bullshit.
learned it.
She learned that shit is bullshit. Anyways, her pastor apparently said that Martin Luther King was assassinated. JFK was assassinated. Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated. Malcolm X was assassinated. But don't call this Charlie Kirk an assassination. It wasn't an assassination. Oh, okay.
Well, what do you call it then?
And what do you call it? If Martin Luther King, who wasn't an elected official, is a political assassination, if Malcolm X, who wasn't a elected official, and they were both assassinated, but Charlie's not an assassin, how about you're an asshole? How about that?
It's a textbook assassination.
Textbook. And I heard somebody the other day, and they were talking about it, and they were it was one of our well-meaning conservatives out there, but it was they said, well, we need to stop calling this a political assassination. I'm like, look up the definition. And I understood where he was going, and he was trying to talk. He was leaning more into the Christ dynamic of it, and him being he's standing up for his faith, and that was very prominent in all of his presentations. I get that. But look up the definition of what politics means and what it means to be political. And it was definitely a political assassination. Don't give me that shit that it wasn't a political assassination. He's in the not the government concept of political. He is in the public square. Yeah. Political, public.
He's one of the most influential and really powerful, if you know what's going on behind the scenes and everything Turning Point is doing nationwide in the entire political movement that now governs the country. So one of the most important, prominent people, and particularly
100%.
A young guy with a young following, generationally going to be a very important, relevant figure. Well, he was a high-value target.
You're
for
big
a
on
political
this.
assassination.
You're big on this, so you can, if you know. They say, I've heard anywhere from 2 to 5 million young people were flipped directly from Charlie Kirk for voting for Trump. Have you heard anything along that lines of those numbers?
I mean, I don't know directly, but that was certainly a part of, they were kind of the front lines of the Trump youth movement.
Yeah.
That flipped so many people.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it had to do with kind of a myriad of factors, like the wokeism going so far off the rails.
Right.
A lot of young men started realizing that, this is, our future is being robbed from us right now. It all kind of came to a head at the same time, but the vanguard on college campuses was Turning Point. Groups like the College Republicans, and Young America's Foundation, other Young Americans for Liberty, other rival groups. Turning Point just basically steamrolled them, nullified them, made them completely obsolete, and took youth activism well beyond what any group had done. So they were the gold standard, and still are the gold standard in terms of youth organization in the conservative movement.
Right.
And they're also, their other arm, they have another organization called Turning Point Action that is doing all the different things that the left did so well with data and nonprofits, and setting up kind of like an umbrella network of all these different groups that are working outside of the party apparatus, building that sort of infrastructure that was much needed, and a place where the left kind of dwarfed the right in recent years. So they were modernizing a lot of the infrastructure within the Republican Party, and that also rubs a lot of people the wrong way, because you're taking a lot of money out of all these different data brokers and these consultants and these lobbyists and these special interests who grift every step of the way of the process. So no doubt a lot of people benefited, not just beyond the leftists who hate him, but a lot of other people behind the scenes benefited from Kirk getting shot in the neck and killed.
Quite literally.
As of Saturday, Turning Point reported that it had received 32,000 applications for new chapters on campuses across the country.
As of Saturday, I thought I saw
32,000, and that was of Saturday.
I thought I saw on Sunday it was up to 36.
Right.
36,000. So it's going to continue to grow.
And that might be the backfiring of it. I mean, I didn't know what a profound reaction and impact this would have. I think it's dwarfed what anyone, even the biggest Charlie Kirk fan, could have imagined.
I was aware of Charlie Kirk, and I loved periodically when I would see some of his campus debates, and he was extremely articulate, and I loved him. but I never went out of my way. I wasn't a daily purveyor of his podcast or went out of my way to find these campus discussions. But that's not to say that I didn't agree wholeheartedly with everything. I think, so I'll bounce this off you. You talked about it a little bit there. You touched on it. It made me think of this. He was, to me, was the... who's the guy that is the big misogynist?
Andrew Tate.
Yes, he is the. Well, I'll say Andrew Tate is the misogynist version of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk turned so many of these young men. That's what you said. You're talking about the young men. He made so many of these young men realize that manliness and being a strong man is not in any way a negative thing. It is such a positive thing. And that, in fact, I remember watching the speech just the other day where he said listen, young men, I'm paraphrasing, right? But he said, women are looking for strong men. They're not looking for these little beta males that do all this. He said they're looking for strong men who will protect them and cherish them and provide for them. You step up and be that man, and women will be, you'll have your, I don't think he said pick of it, but you'll have a multitude of choices of great women to marry and raise a family with, And so I wanted to bounce that off you, just looking at that dynamic of, it wasn't this Tate misogyny of just being and he's got some good points about alpha male dynamics,
but yeah,
it's buried in this.
Tate's message is extremely not just misogynistic, but hyper materialistic. Like you need to get more houses and more women.
Correct.
and more cars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
At the core of his message, there's a lot of good things, but it's kind of wrapped in that sort of message, that crude messaging. Whereas Charlie Kirk, at the core, I think their messages are similar to at least a certain extent. But Charlie, everything he talked about was Christianity, truth,
Huge.
family. So really, just the sort of values that
He always
built
put
America.
Jesus first. Always. Jesus Christ was first.
Correct.
Always.
And then you guys, I'm assuming everybody here watched Erica's speech,
Yes.
Yes.
and a number of things hit me. We'll go around the table and see what hit you out of her message. What hit me out of the message was when she said he was always striving to be a better husband and a father. And she said he would ask me daily, how can I be a better husband and a better father and a better provider? And by all accounts, they have a $400 million right now war chest in Tipping Point, USA. Okay, Alex Jones was talking about it today that Charlie called him a couple times last month and said, I don't know how your lawsuits are going, everything like that. He said, but when all's said and done, he said, if you have to shut that all down, he said, I want to bankroll you and you come and partner with us. Do your own thing, but we'll partner with you. And he was connecting with him. And Alex said he was trying to coordinate getting him on the show to do interviews, and it just didn't work out. And he said now now his life is taken. But that was one of the big things that hit me. You've got an organization that had 1,000 employees, $400 million war chest, and he's asking his wife daily, how can I be a better husband and a father? He wasn't wrapped up in so much of the organization that he was forgetting why he was doing it, and I think that's so powerful. Did you get a chance to watch Erica's speech? You didn't get a chance. Larry, what hit you out of Erica's speech that?
I was amazed on how strong that woman is.
Dude, she was choking back her tears. She was just on the verge the entire time.
Yeah.
And her composure was extraordinary.
She did better than I did.
Dude.
She did better than my wife did.
Mm-hmm.
It showed me, that speech showed me that not only was he a good man, not only was he a good father, not only was he a good Christian, right, but he married well.
Oh, 100%. without a doubt.
He married well, and it's. I told Vicky Fike. You remember Vicky?
Yep.
All right. I told Vicky, because Vicky lost her husband a few years back,
Okay.
and he was a great guy, Harvey.
Okay.
But I told Vicky, I think yesterday, that Harvey had a good wife. And when you have a good wife, when a man has a good wife,
Yeah.
it makes you a better man.
It does, and it comes back to that dynamic of that that I've talked about before. Of our biggest example in the natural perverse way is the mafia, where you have the Don, you have the big boss, and you have his consigliere, his one and only guy that can tell the Don when he's messing things up and when he needs to, this is not a good decision, boss. He's the only one. That's a perversion of what God ordained, where husband is the provider, protector, and makes the decisions, and the wife is the chief advisor and the chief teacher and foster of the dynamics of the home life. And she's the nurturer, he's the protector and decision maker. But to make those best decisions, he needs that strong woman in his life that can say to him, honey, I'm seeing this and this and this, and I don't, are you seeing this? Are you looking at this? And you're exactly right, Larry, that that was I think, I've never heard her speak. I've seen multiple videos of Charlie.
Yeah,
and
she was Miss Arizona at one point.
Okay. And she's got a huge, she's got a clothing company out of New York.
Does she?
Yeah, it's called, I think it's called Sweatwear or something like that. And for every shirt that they sell or hoodie they sell, they donate one to a shelter or something like that.
Oh.
I looked it up, but I'm
What a
recalling
horrible
it.
thing to do.
They are horrible
Nazis.
fascist Nazi people.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, how dare them?
yeah.
I do have to say, and I know I did not watch her speech, but I do know that their relationship and their lives were centered in God.
Yeah.
And I do know that Charlie Kirk said that I'm just an average guy. I never got a college degree, never went to school. He said, but my strength and my ability to be articulate and put on a good presentation comes directly from Jesus and from God.
That's how Charlie Kirk was.
100%.
We were talking earlier about, you mentioned 5 million people, our kids being swung over to vote and everything.
That's some of the numbers I heard.
saw Charlie Kirk answer that because somebody said something to him, tried to credit him for that. You know what his answer was? He said, I didn't do anything. That's what he said. He said, I didn't do anything. It was all God.
Well, and I understand that, you deal with a lot of people that say that, and I get that level of humility. I also understand that when you truly God's the senior partner, you're the junior partner.
Right.
And he says, there's a whole bunch of scriptures to talk about that the Lord wants to honor you in public by, it literally comes back to this verse. Each man is tested by the praise he receives.
Right.
And so your first default, when you get in that place of humility and submission to God, is to go beyond any credit that you would take. But Charlie did so much phenomenal work.
Right.
And the Lord would be the first to say, well done, good and faithful servant, and not say to him, I did it all through you. We worked together. You followed my lead with your gifts and talents and the positions that I ordained you to be in, and you magnified that in such a powerful way. And it's just phenomenal.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to briefly comment on Erica Kirk's speech. One of the things that really I found very important about his speech was that it wasn't like some sort of weak call for unity. Like, oh, we need to stand together and we need to play patty cake with things. There's too much rhetoric, and the rhetoric is bad. All the
she
stuff,
doubled down on
all the stuff that they would someone would be counseled by a PR representative to say. All those things, she didn't say it. She said, we need to double down. This is we need to fight. We need to stand
She's like, if you think you silenced my husband's voice, you got another thing coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a righteous indignation speech, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what we all needed, and it scared the left. They immediately went into panic mode.
Of course.
And they probably should be, because it's they're she's not going to be throwing cold water on the situation.
Yeah.
Turning Point's not going to be throwing cold water on the situation, and there's no appetite for anyone on the right to back down, or let's
Right.
extend the olive branch. We're staring evil in the face. We can recognize it, and now we're going to vanquish it.
Yeah, and how do you extend an olive branch to people that want to kill you?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Well, the people,
how do you?
they're celebrating the fact that he
Yeah.
was killed, and I didn't like Barack Obama. I did vote for him the first time, didn't the second time, but I don't like him today. I would never was happy with Joe Biden. I thought he was a leech on society for 50-some years. Kamala Harris was a joke. I called her spread eagle, and I really despised her. Right? But I would never want any of them killed for any reason whatsoever, and would certainly never celebrate something like
Jail?
that happening.
I would rejoice if they
Right,
went
but
to
none
jail.
of nobody on the right
but not
ever
murdered.
said. Correct.
Not
Nobody ever
murdered.
said that.
Not assassinated.
You had who was it? Kathy Griffin
Yeah.
that
Oh,
held
a
up the severed head of Trump.
Donald Trump. Well,
These people are fucking ridiculous.
you
man.
could roll that video I sent you from Fox News
Yeah.
and show everybody. You had a news anchor calling for
a bullet. Somebody's got to
bullet.
put a bullet in this
Somebody's
guy.
going to have to pull a bullet in Trump.
Right. Patrick,
Right?
finish your thought.
I have a comparison that I posted, and I may have sent you a copy
Okay.
of it.
Let me check it.
Well, I'll send it to you again, of the difference between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Floyd, and
Oh, right.
what happened.
Oh yeah.
Is that in here?
Well, I'll send it to you again.
Okay.
It's probably in there, but
Is
you
it
might
just the
take-
meme or is it the video?
No, it's a video.
Because I did play. If for those of you tuning in tonight, if you didn't catch it, I did play on, or I did do a show on Saturday.
Did you?
Yeah,
I would have promoted it if I didn't know.
I did a show on Saturday, and I called it discussing a righteous death. And so I actually taught. That's it. Okay. I actually taught a bit on Isaiah 57 and then Acts 7, and then talked a little bit about spiritual warfare. But one of the things I talked about in Isaiah 7 is that the righteous are taken away and nobody ponders it, nobody takes it to heart. That the merciful are removed and nobody realizes it, that they're taken away from evil. And if you look, and I broke it down, and you look up that Hebrew word "from," it actually means from the face of evil. And I brought it out during that podcast on Saturday, that these people, when Charlie Kirk was removed, a righteous man removed, all that's left is the evil face of these people. And then I saw it. I had that initial thought right away when I found out he was assassinated. And then all the stuff started coming out about all these leftists that were getting online and saying stuff. And I said, there it is. And I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at the scripture, and I'm like, Lord, there's more to this. And I started breaking down the Hebrew words, and I'm like, it's not just from or before evil, it's from the face of it. Literally, when you look up that Hebrew word, it means the face of evil.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, what does that mean? And he goes, when you remove the righteous, all that's left is that, and that's why I went to Acts chapter 7 when they stoned Stephen. All that was left was that cover my ears, scream at the top of my lungs, grab a rock and stone you to death. And all that's left is that angry face, that just evil, vile face is all that's left. And Charlie, one of the reasons I think Charlie was allowed by the Lord to be removed is so that the face of evil would be fully exposed. And that's what you're talking about with this clip.
I got to read this here. Is what you're pulling that up.
Yeah.
Greg Abbott.
Okay.
He says over 100 teachers in Texas will have their teaching certificates suspended and will be rendered ineligible to work in the state's public schools after endorsing the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Awesome.
Greg Abbott.
That's awesome.
But this is it, right? This is
This is the response.
This is indicative of what I'm talking about.
Correct.
George Floyd,
Yeah.
they burned the damn place, burned everything.
Yeah.
What are Christians?
They're getting together and doing prayer vigils.
Yes. You know, that's
Look at this. This is George Floyd. George Floyd, a drug addict and career criminal. And above that is all of these people getting together and
around the whole world.
yeah. Right. Well, that's why I wanted to ask you guys about, you know, how you felt about Erica's speech. But then this first line here in the notes today is, you know, the assassination of Charlie Kirk has affected the entire world.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
You know, yeah, it's just gorgeous. So what have you guys seen around the world? What have you? We talked a little bit during dinner before Shane got here, but
Millions of
what
people.
countries have you seen, and what was the outpouring?
UK.
The UK.
Millions.
What hit you on the UK? They were true. They were in, what was it? What's the square called there?
They filled the streets. They just filled
Right.
the streets of London to in unity of the death of Charlie Kirk, and they were.
They
awesome.
were. It was a pre-planned rally.
Yes.
By Tommy Robinson to protest the immigrants and the government there.
Yeah.
But when they panned the crowd, it was "We are all Charlie Kirk."
Yes.
Signs, T-shirts,
Yes.
everything, everywhere. It was just, it was incredible,
Yeah.
incredible. Larry, what did you see around the world?
Well, I mean, you had several.
South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea. You had. Where'd they take all the guns? What country banned? Australia.
Name most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Australia is one of them.
Yeah.
Australia
Australia took 'em
confiscated 300-year-old muskets
Yeah.
that were unusable
Yeah.
and were there as heirlooms.
Yeah.
They confiscated those type of weapons from homes to disarm the people in the name of safety.
Yeah.
It's a penal colony.
Yeah.
It's indigenous people that were there before that got pushed out of their lands and live in the bush now, and the rest was penal colony. That's how Australia is. That's the demographics, the original demographics of Australia. Indigenous people and a penal colony.
Yes.
And so now you're going to take away the weapons. You know, well, watch out for the boomerangs because
It's what happens when you live in a country that doesn't have a constitution.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what sets us off from the rest of the world.
First country.
England, I don't believe, has a constitution.
For the first
either.
time ever in my life,
Yeah.
on Sunday at church, pastor said, what sets us apart from everyone else is the Second Amendment. And if you haven't, you need to arm yourself to protect not only yourself, but your family.
Yes.
A pastor's saying that.
100%.
All my pastor friends carry, they have something on them as they preach.
And he said, the reason I say that is because if someone was to come into this church, they are put on notice that grandma over there may be putting holes.
Trump signs and Trump, they had the big headed Trump thing going through the streets, and they're like, why is Japan doing it? Because Japan's been under occupation basically by the United States since World War II, at least under their thumb, and they're a very, on some levels they've got some good stuff going on. On other levels, you can see that there's an underlying oppression that they don't want to address or expose, you know. Yeah, but continue.
Charlie, he's become the rallying cry for the whole world, and if not now, when? Are we going to wait until more of us are killed by lunatics? Are we going to all become sitting ducks? Are we just going to make it? These sort of things become normalized and not react to them. Just go about our day and tuck our heads in the sand. I hope the answer to those questions is no, and the reaction thus far has been very encouraging, because you see people on the right, one thing is, before you would be like, oh, well, they have the right to free speech. We should let them say what they say, even if it's horrible on social media. we shouldn't call their employers, or we shouldn't castigate them, call them out.
Who was the guy?
Show what they're doing to their employers. But now everyone on the right is in complete agreement.
Yeah.
You go to their employers.
Yep.
You make sure that they feel the pain. They created this cancel culture monster.
They did.
They've shown that it works.
And I don't even
and
think
now we can use it against them.
And I don't even.
We should do that
Do
whenever
you
possible.
do you even think it's cancel? I don't even think it's cancel culture for me on this dynamic. It's literally Patrick and I were talking about a little bit about it. It's like you got somebody working for you. It doesn't matter what dynamic it is. This happens to be celebrating the assassination of a peaceful person that went to campuses to try to reason with people. It could be anything. I've seen it across the board long before cancel culture ever manifested, of owners of companies, CEOs of companies, business managers of companies that go, I'm letting you go. Why? Because your actions today did not reflect what we're doing here at our business. And it had nothing to do with LGBT bullshit or any of this other. It just, you did something today. I remember up until 5-10 years ago, if you had a bunch of tattoos and nose piercings and your face is all pierced up and you got crazy hair, the vast majority of those people up till 5-10 years ago couldn't get a job anywhere because the organizations they were going and applying for didn't think that represented them. Yes, you know what?
Get this dirtbag out of here.
No. You want to work at Hot Topic? Great. That you're perfect.
Didn't
you
they
want to
write
go to
a song about that?
Yeah.
Long-haired, freaky people need not to apply.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Now it's like you have to accept me. No, I don't. I don't have to employ you and your freakishness. You want to have a freaky expression? Then carve out your own niche where that can be promoted or at least accepted. But I don't have to hire you, and I don't have to retain you once you say something that's straight up vile and wicked about a peaceful. It just fucking disgusts me.
Well, something here's something that I want to bring up is Shane was talking about this cancel culture thing. Mm-hmm. The difference between us is them is they lie about people. Mm-hmm. Like they would send letters to employees and say so and so is having KKK meetings in their basement. Boom, send it. Mm-hmm. So and so is hanging out with the Proud Boys and send it to your employer.
Well, in that case about me, it would have been true, but
yeah.
nevertheless.
but I mean the point is we don't have to lie. I mean these people are putting it on display for us.
Yeah.
Saying doctors talking about how he had it coming, or he deserved it.
Right.
Or making comments
Yeah,
like
the nurse
lived by
gets
the
fired.
sword, died by a sword.
And the nurse gets fired because she called him out on it. You were talking about the
Oh yeah,
gallon-
she called out the where was that one? I had that one pulled up. But yes, this nurse called out her employer for saying that shit.
Yes.
And they fired her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whereas the vast majority of it's flipped now. The vast majority of these left-wing lunatics who are celebrating this, they're being fired.
Yeah.
They reinstated her though. And then there was another one here that happened here in Michigan. A guy had put an order in at Office Depot in Portage.
Yes.
Asking for flyers to be made up of Charlie Kirk for a vigil that they're having.
Yes.
Went in the afternoon of the vigil to pick him up, and this BIT, whatever you want to call her, who was the manager of that store, said, I'm sorry we didn't do that, nor will we. That is propaganda, and we will have nothing to do with that.
And these people were, morbidly obese. They had the purple hair, and they looked like straight out of central casting for disgusting libtards.
Oh, on their way to an Antifa meeting.
Yep.
No, they were working at the store. But you can see, I was trying to see who sent me the video because somebody sent me the video.
They looked non-binary.
Definitely.
You're talking about that one of him. I can send that to you.
Did you send it to me?
I think I did, but I haven't. We can send it again.
Let me scroll up real quick before you have to do that. Was it the video or was it the?
Yeah, it was a video.
Let's see. I'm scrolling up.
I have it right here. I can send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me again.
At any rate, I had posted it on my page and said I'll never do business with Office Depot again, and I have a business.
Mm-hmm.
And then I find out that Office Depot,
Fired the whole office.
yes,
Yeah.
fired
They
them.
capitulated almost immediately.
Yep, and sent out an apology letter.
100%. As well they should.
Right.
You should.
Dude, if I had somebody if I'm on a job site, okay, and I have somebody working with me, and they cuss out the homeowner, or refuse to do something with the home, refuse to do a job for the homeowner, then guess what? You're gonna lose your job. Is that political? Is that ideological? Am I oppressing you? No, you were an asshole to somebody, and I'm not doing it. When do we call out these fucking people for being assholes?
Right.
Yes, what you said is disgusting and demonic. But at the end of it, when we boil it all down and we get to we've reduced that down to that sauce.
Well, I showed you some of the memes coming
You're just
from
a asshole.
Livingston County Democrats, didn't I?
Yeah.
So, I mean, these Democrats here in Livingston County,
You got it.
they are some sick, twisted people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm not even going to ask you to share some of
You
that
got
stuff.
it. To scroll up to the top, a feed from me.
15 years ago, I'd have probably been like, well, we shouldn't go after people, even if they're a communist, even if they have crazy beliefs. We shouldn't go after people like that and try to get them unemployed and make it so they can't put food on their plate. That's over the line. That goes against free speech in general. I would have argued that 10, 15 years ago. But at this point,
Send it again.
nope, this is war. We have to use every tool at our disposal to defeat the enemy. And if that's, cancel culture type tactics, then we should do it, because if we don't crush them in nonviolent means, then the violence will only continue to escalate.
In 2 weeks, they're going to be right back to calling us fascists and Nazis. And
Well, they're still
Trumpists
trying to
and
spin it. What was the?
Yeah, they're still saying, well, this guy actually looked like he was a right winger.
Yeah.
Just completely making it up, because they're running cover for the terror operation that they support.
Right.
They want
100%.
more of these to happen. They want it to become normalized, and now they're running cover because they realize people are pissed.
Yeah.
So now they're throwing out this information.
Here's this feed. Now look at there's dude with his hair.
Hideous.
Is that a dude?
So
It's a
we came in for
person.
an order earlier.
I don't.
It's a
Dude,
they.
I'm not even gonna try.
look
So
at
there's
that.
look at the person with the hair hanging off
For
over
somebody that
there.
passed.
The other one.
It's not.
It's propaganda. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We don't hit that here.
Alrighty. So, what's your name?
Carol, I'm print supervisor.
I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, we do
So
not
they
print-
say they don't print
we don't
political
print-
propaganda. So this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's
from a
political
bullet.
propaganda, unfortunately. I'm
So
sorry.
this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil.
It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
I figured
What
out
makes it
things-
propaganda?
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to.
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday. If you
No,
want to
it's
speak
totally
further
okay.
on
No,
the
we have-
subject,
we have
you would like to.
you are welcome to return.
Not only that, they went
So,
across the street.
came in-
Correct? They went across the street to I think it was FedEx.
Yep.
Not only did FedEx absolutely print out their stuff,
Printed it for
they
free.
printed it for free.
Yeah.
Shook their hands. And these douchebags, I've seen so many memes of those two
Yeah.
standing in a. They've got the meme now where they've stand them in the unemployment line. It's like no. You know what? Since the lockdowns, this is one of the things that's pissed me off. Since the lockdowns, before the lockdowns, you walk into a business, and the theory and the operating principle was the customer's always right. No matter how much of an asshole that customer may have been, the customer is always right, and you do everything you can to honor that customer, and you get some total assholes in that are customers that don't need to be honored, and you still were under the obligation. When the lockdowns happen, these leftist assholes in particular, because right-wing people don't tend to be just dickheads for no reason.
Oh, you mean like when that lady the other day accused me of telling her to?
Yes, we're going to click on that.
We're going to
because
click
that-
on
yeah.
that.
But, during the lockdowns, all of a sudden you empowered all of these service people to be authoritarian assholes to customers walking. You have to wear a mask. You're not wearing a mask. You got to do such and such. You can't come in here like this. I'm the customer. Up until now, the customer's always been right. And here I am walking in, and I'm still right that fucking face diaper isn't protecting anything. And you're an idiot. You can't come in here. I literally walked into the one restaurant, opened the door, took 2 steps inside. You got to have a mask. And I looked at everybody at every table that didn't have a mask. It might have been hanging off their ear. My hand in 2 steps was already touching the back of the chair of the table that I was going to sit at. And she's screaming at me about not wearing a mask. And I said, nobody else here is wearing a mask while they're sitting at the table. You have to have a mask. I said, so if I put a mask on and walk 4 steps to the chair, then you would serve me? You are a fucking idiot.
Did you really say that?
I said some choice things. I may have refrained from cussing, but this is my show, so on my show I will.
You can ad-lib a little.
I will ad-lib a little bit. But I definitely, I did say this. I looked at them, I said, you're all sheep and you're all deceived. And I walked out.
They were probably like, who is this crazy man with dangerous opinions?
I had multiple places, dude. I walked into Panda Express up in Saginaw, and this chick had the most disgusting mask that was just like she'd been wiping the counters with it and had it on her face. And I was in line for 10 minutes. I was halfway through my order. And she leans over to the girl that's filling my order and whispers in her ear. And the little girl looks up at me. She goes, "Sir, you're not wearing a mask." I said, "No, I've been in here for 10 minutes and nobody's had a problem with it." And she goes, "I can't serve you." I said, "You filled up my plate or my container half full. Well, I can't serve you. You're not wearing a mask." I said, "This is bullshit." And I looked at everybody else and I said, "You know this is all bullshit." And the lady standing next to her, literally, this is a mask. If I was on a job site, I would have thrown away 4 years ago and put a new mask on. And this is on a job site where I would be tearing down, doing a tear down.
Drywall, dust in that.
And this mask that she had on was just disgusting. And they reach up with this and they have no fucking clue. Listen, you want to put a rubber glove on? Do you know that everything you touch with that rubber glove stays on that rubber glove and transfers? And the minute you take that rubber glove and you do anything, like touch your face with it, everything on that rubber glove that you think you're being protected from just transferred in. And you can look it up. Within 7 seconds of something being on your skin is in your bloodstream. And but my point was, these people were then empowered during that lockdown to be these type of assholes who can refuse it. Prior to the lockdown, these lefty wackos wouldn't have been as emboldened to say no. They would have been told the customer's always right. You may not like you could be a leftist, and I'm going to come in and use your services. You're going to refuse it? Even the whole thing that was blown out of proportion there in Colorado about the cake makers. Do you know the actual truth of the cake makers was? They said, "We will gladly make a cake for you and put the names on it and everything like that. We're not putting two male figures on the top of the cake. You are more than welcome to buy 2 male figures and you can put them on the top of the cake yourself." Which in reality is exactly what you do when you buy a cake. You don't buy a cake with a huge box so that you can stack everything on it. You buy the cake, you take it to where you're going, and then you grab the figurines and you put them on the cake yourself when you arrive at your destination. Right. So what they were doing was not out of line. But the people walked in there and targeted them and said, "We want you to put them on the cake." They're like, "Well, we don't actually put them on the cake. We'll sell them to you, but you put them on the cake." "We want to put on the cake." "Well, we don't do that. You put them on the cake. We don't put them on the cake in the box. You put that on yourself." Well, they did it on purpose to vilify them.
And they purposely targeted that cake maker because they knew they are conservative.
100%.
So.
Because they could have went down the street to 10 other cake makers.
That would have happily done it.
They targeted them on purpose. This is not the same thing. You accepted the order. You walked in to get the order. That's what's happening here. These people on that video, they're not walking in to start the order.
Yeah, right. They're there to pick
They've
up
already
and pay
submitted the order.
Yeah, this is at the 12th hour.
These people said, no, we decided not to fulfill the order. Well, you accepted the order. It's like going through the drive-through, placing your order, and by the time you get to the window, they go, "Oh, we're not going to serve you. We saw your bumper sticker. You took my order back there." Well, but then we saw your bumper sticker. And
look, I've ordered political propaganda countless times from Office Max, Office Depot, Staples. They don't have any policy against it. No. They'll print it in a second and not even care.
As long as you pay them, that's all they care.
Stuff, Republican stuff, Liberty stuff. I've printed it all.
Right.
And they've never given a shit to their credit. So it's clearly just these two
assholes.
Shit-lib assholes. And hopefully,
100%.
and again, another thing is, I'm saying like, yeah, they got fired from that job, but what are they doing now? Who's going to hire them next? Let's get on the horn with them.
Right.
Let's make sure that
Right.
they're unemployable forever.
And one of the things, that's what I was going to say about this. We touched on the cancel culture earlier. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Cancel culture.
Cancel them harder than they can cancel you. That's the name of the game.
But I want to put this out here and have a little discussion on this. Cancel culture, when it was started, was hearsay, innuendo, and a bunch of bullshit that never, it wasn't founded. When they did cancel culture, you said something I didn't like. I called your employer and I got you fired. Okay, what did I say that you didn't like? Well, you said a lot of things. Okay, what specifically did I say? You said a lot of things. You're just misogynist. You're just wicked. Okay, what did I say? Well, you said a lot of things. You're just a bad person. Okay, what did I say that really bothered you? Well, you're just evil, you bigot. Okay, what did I actually say that really?
I mean, that's
so they're all triggered.
That is how what you're doing there. You're ad-libbing, but you're not really.
I'm not
because
ad-libbing.
that's what it's like to deal with these
Correct.
people.
And here's the contrast. These people got on. This was recorded. Okay, so obviously, but these other people on TikTok and X and Facebook and all these other places, they, on their own volition, got on there and expressed their opinion that I'm happy that the little dances that Charlie was assassinated. Somebody called up their employer and said, "Do you realize this person works for you?" Here's the video. They didn't give it an insinuation. They didn't speculate on their activities. They didn't ascribe to them intentions that they couldn't prove. They literally informed the employer of a video that these assholes posted of their own free will. I don't see that as the same in any way, shape, or form as the cancel culture bullshit. The cancel culture bullshit is you're accused of a crime, and whether you're guilty or not, you're going to have to spend millions of dollars to exonerate your name because you were accused. These fucking people on the left, they're guilty as hell because there's the fucking video. I'm not making this shit up. I'm not even going to tell you what I think about the video. I'm calling the employer and going, "Do you realize your employee posted this video?" That's all I got to do.
I agree.
You don't even have to make that phone call. Just send them the video.
Correct.
What conservatives are doing right now is very tame, and not completely analogous to what the heights of what cancel culture became.
And that's why I'm drawing the distinction.
But I'm saying the right should start.
100%.
Start really going after these people. Make them pay millions of dollars. Figure out a way to put them on the spot to where they
never do that.
Oh,
but
he
it
won't.
is starting to happen. There was a vigil where Antifa rode through on electric bikes with bullhorns, raising hell. And there were a group of guys that said, "Oh, hell no, this is not happening."
Oh, they got knocked the fuck
They beat
out.
the living crap out of them.
Excellent, and it's incumbent on if there's a DA or a prosecutor there in that city who's hopefully it's a redder city or more conservative. Don't press charges on the people who kicked ass. Press charges on the Antifas for obscenity. This is how we have to look at it. Obviously, we have these principles that say that justice is blind and we have to follow the Constitution. We all support the Constitution, obviously the Second Amendment especially, but we have to realize this is war, and
Well, there's a
If
big.
we can play lawfare against the left, the same stuff that they've done to us a million different ways.
Right.
We have to do it. We have to be at least as ruthless as they are going after them as they are us.
Let's put this. Let me put this quick scenario out for everybody. This is so simple to understand. Okay. Free speech says that you can walk up to somebody and walk up to a man and look at his wife and say, your wife's a bitch. Okay? Second Amendment, or the First Amendment, upholds that 100%. The government will not stop that asshole from saying that guy's wife is a bitch.
Don't
But
hit
the
him,
First Amendment does not restrict that man from turning to the other man who just called his wife a bitch and punching him straight in the fucking mouth.
No, but you can go to jail for that. That's
What?
assault.
The
Yeah.
first guy calling her a
No.
bitch?
No.
Oh.
If you respond by punching them, you go to jail.
Well, you'd have to understand if they're coming in aggressive and
Yeah.
you're being defensive.
That's defending yourself.
Yeah,
The
you're
cops
defending
might
yourself.
be like, yeah,
Yeah.
we're not going to press charges.
But my
Well,
point
they,
is,
they might be right.
Here's my
right.
point.
I mean, you could, yeah.
My point is the government is tasked with this right of free speech shall not be restricted by the government.
Well, we do have a right of free speech, but see.
But your free speech, when you walk up and do something,
there's a price
there's a
to it.
consequence.
Right. That's what. That's,
And your consequence might be, Will Smith smacking the fuck out of Chris Rock when he said something about his wife losing her hair.
Yeah. Might be.
I know that was all
his
made
wife,
up. But
his wife who, had sex with 15 different guys.
I'm just saying,
It's little
in
Chris
that,
Rock.
yeah. My whole point is
Yeah,
that
that's not
listen,
Chris Rock's fault.
Yeah, but my point is, what did he say to him? He said, "Get my wife's name out of your mouth."
No, he said, "Get my wife's name out of your motherfucking mouth."
Okay, thanks you for the clarification there.
Mouth.
Mouth. My point is this: there is a consequence when you're standing face to face with another human being. The government doesn't have the right to stop you from saying what you're going to say. But the guy across from you might punch you in the fucking mouth for saying it.
Yeah, and that's something else that people have misconceptions of what the Constitution is. Since we're bringing that beautiful document up, remember this: Constitution isn't something that gives you rights. The Constitution is something that stops the government from taking your rights away.
Correct.
That's what.
100%.
Yeah, the Constitution is a document that tells government what they can't do.
And for the longest time, I agree with Shane. I don't want to go on the offensive with this in any way, but I will say this, as echoing Patrick, I think, that it's time for the right to not, people misunderstand this, and I'll say this one real quick, and we're going to go to break here in a minute, but I'll say this one real quick. When Jesus said, if someone strikes you on the one cheek, turn to them the other, literally, I think he says if they strike you on the right cheek, on the right-hand side, isn't that a left-hand slap?
Okay.
What he was actually saying colloquially, as a colloquialism, of the times, first century Roman society, okay, is if somebody comes up and slaps you on the right side of the cheek, they're using their left hand, which is the hand they wipe their ass with. And he said, you turn to them the other cheek. What was he saying? He was saying when they slap you with their weak shit hand, turn to them the other cheek and let them, and basically goad them to slap you with their strong hand and show that you're not a pussy and that you're a strong person. That's actually what he was saying. He wasn't talking about when somebody strikes you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek. He was saying, you just slap me with your shit hand? Why don't you get your strong hand out? Because that's the hand you're going to have to use for everything else other than wiping your ass. And if you break your hand on my face, so be it. Point being, we don't want to go on the offensive, but it is time to stop laying down and being we haven't even been defensive up to this point. What are we saying about the fault of Charlie Kirk? The only fault we would ever lay at his feet, he didn't have enough security.
Right.
That's the only fault we would lay at him on any of this. None of his speech. We can pull up video after video after video in context. He was articulate. He was proving his point, and that's what pissed him off. They shot him. When we were, I had a few guns with me driving into Brighton the other night. I pulled into the parking lot. I saw a whole group of police officers. I left my gun in the truck, locked the truck, and I walked by them and I said, "Thank you for being here."
Yeah, I locked mine too.
And I saw so many police officers, and I said hi to them and thank you. And then I was talking with my buddy on Monday, police officer. I said, dude, I didn't feel compelled that I needed to protect myself because law enforcement was there in force.
Oh, they were not messing around.
And he said, yeah. He said, and you know what? He said, we had 4 times for that small group in comparison. We had 4 times the law enforcement that Charlie had. And that's the only fault we can lay at Charlie is you should have had more security. And he was encouraged by many people that he was connected with you should have had more security. Now it's all said and done. That's the defensive posture we should be having. Is, you know what? Be on the defensive.
When did he pass away? When did that happen?
It was Wednesday. We did the show on Tuesday. And Wednesday
at 12:23. Now you're talking about the Republicans. I put that up. Okay.
Right there?
Yes. And this is the problem.
Right.
Okay?
Look at this shit.
Yes.
Number of arrests for Russian collusion, 0. Jan 6, number of arrests on the Democrat side for Jan 6 staged bullshit. You know, what was Jan 6? Did we push the button? Jan 6, what was that? It was the biggest insurrection ever.
No.
Comparable to...
there were no guns.
No, it's comparable to Pearl Harbor and 9/11.
No.
Well, that's what the Democrats said, and we believe them every time because they never lie.
No.
Was there a single weapons charge?
No.
Shane, was there a single weapons charge for for the thousands of people that were incarcerated for?
Most of them were like trespassing or menacing or something like that.
Yeah.
Look at that horrible...
Not a single weapons charge?
Yeah, look at that horrible criminal Ryan Kelly.
Not a single weapons charge?
He stood on the Capitol steps. He deserved to go to jail.
Of course he did.
He stood on the Capitol steps. How dare he do that?
You probably need to go to jail. All right, so Mar-a-Lago raid, which was bullshit. Because Trump stood there and said, "What documents do you want? I'll give them to you." Oh no, we're gonna raid it and go through your wife's panty drawer.
Yes.
Okay. The Biden auto pen. Who's gone to jail for that?
Nobody.
2020 stolen election. Now this has 0. I will contest that. There have been a few people that have gone to jail for voter fraud. There have been a few people that have been charged. Very, very few. But there's been a couple people.
No big fish though.
No big fish. I agree. No big fish.
Yeah.
Epstein pedophile arrests.
Absolutely 0.
0. COVID. Why isn't Fauci dangling from something after being duly tried, convicted, and...
should be hung by his balls in the town square.
I don't think those tiny little raisins would hold him up for very long, and he would just smack his head on the ground.
Probably, but he'd still get a kick out of it.
Who was I talking to the other day?
They have to use fishing.
I was talking with my I was talking with my hockey buddies, and we all agreed that this Tyler Johnson, when everything's fully convicted and everything like that, it should be a public execution. It should be hung in the take him to the university and hang him right there where Charlie was assassinated. Build a gallows. That's what they used to do. They took the time to build a gallows in the public square to let everybody else know that this behavior is unacceptable.
The Book of Esther.
We're not going to walk in there like a Jack Ruby and shoot this little prick for assassinating Charlie. We want him duly tried. Where was Charlie's court case where they presented evidence that he did something worthy of death? No court case, no prosecution, no trial. No verdict.
No,
but you got due process.
He was.
But we're going to give due process for this little piece of shit.
Yeah, he was
fucking his furry buddy.
He was assassinated by just pure hate. Just pure hate. This kid was raised properly, and you know what? I have my
parents.
heart is broken for the Kirk family, right? But this punk.
Yeah.
Right? This assassin, this piece of human garbage.
Yeah.
He didn't just destroy the Kirk family.
Right.
Right? He destroyed his own.
Yeah.
Right? His father is a 27-year veteran of the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah.
Right? He had to arrest his own son and hold him for the FBI, knowing full well that the FBI is going to kill his son.
In Utah, he's up on not only state but federal charges that both carry death penalty.
Yeah. Did they?
It was 7 counts last time I saw.
Is there federal charges?
I
too?
believe the federal was stepping in, from what I read.
Okay. Well,
I could be wrong. We can
I didn't
fact
know
check
if
it.
they would. I know charges were levied against him today. Mike Detmer put a post out on that, but I haven't had a chance to go over that yet. But I think they should bring public executions back.
100%. And not this 20 years on death row bullshit.
No.
Now, at the same time,
they need to docket. They need to start rocket docketing death row.
Well, it's supposed to be a fair and speedy trial.
Yes.
And that means sentencing too.
Yes.
And carrying out that sentence. If you get a sentence of death, you don't live on death row for 20 years.
No, that's ridiculous.
Now I will give the caveat.
20 days.
We've had some very corrupt court systems in this country that have wrongly accused and convicted people. We see it. I see it on a monthly basis where somebody's been exonerated by DNA.
Right. And
that's fine.
You're right. But and usually when that happens,
yeah,
there's no video and there's no witnesses.
Correct. And so what I was getting to was due process and full transparency. I want every fucking camera in that. If I gotta go to court and then somehow pay for my transcripts because you had the court so cordoned off and locked down that I can't just watch the video that's available publicly and pull down my own transcript, I gotta pay hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for the transcript of my own court case to then fight in an appeal. That is not a true court system that is honoring me. Right. Same thing with these criminal proceedings. You got a criminal proceeding, it needs to be public, and people need to see it. Unfortunately for the victims and stuff like that, but we've got court TV. I listen to.
I think this is going to be like what we're gonna see is if the judge lets cameras in the room.
That's what I'm saying.
That's going to be up to the judge.
Correct.
If not, there's going to be audio in the room.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's going to be covered, and it's going to be as big or bigger than OJ.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying is I think across the board, it should no longer be a judge's decision. It should be an automatic, like a city council meeting, school board meetings. This stuff's on the public record.
Yes.
It's put out there every single case. You know why? Because then that's holding the judges and the prosecutors, as well as the defense attorneys and the people dealing with criminal stuff, holds them all accountable.
Including the jury.
Holds them all accountable.
Yes.
You can't fuck around with that.
Why are we talking like we all know this kid's going to be dead in 2 weeks?
That's what I just said, not Jack Ruby.
He's not going to make it to trial. Come on.
You think he's going to find a bed sheet like?
He's going to. He killed himself.
Like Epstein.
We had him on suicide watch, but I don't know what happened.
Where's the?
Oh, I know what happened with Epstein. The Clintons got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you break your 3 bones in your neck by hanging yourself with a bed sheet made out of basically toilet paper. Mm-hmm. No, we agree with that. Yeah. So the Butler kid's dead. They murdered him, or death by cop.
Right there on the spot.
What's happening with the fucker in Florida that tried to stake out the golf course?
He's facing, I think, 30 years in prison.
But there's no.
You hear very little about it.
Because he's probably Mossad. He was working with Ukraine. He was all over the place.
My thought is a lot of these guys, there's intelligence assets embedded in all these different platforms. Remember, that's how they found the Whitmer kidnapping hoax guys, was through Facebook groups and direct messaging. And I like.
You mean the guys they framed that we've had on the show multiple times?
So that's how they found these guys. Is we're like-minded. Come on out. Let's go shoot and have some beers and blah blah blah. That's how they got those people and ensnared them in the fake plot. They're doing this constantly in every different group, not just right-wing groups, but far-left groups as well. So when they find, I think when they find these people, they gas them up like, oh yeah, we're part of an underground network. We're in the system, but we're fighting back against these fascists, kind of like a QAnon type thing.
Hey,
And they get
QAnon
in
puts
these
out some
people's-
great stuff that always comes true.
They get
You know
their,
Hillary's and Gitmo?
they get in their ear and they gas them up like, oh yeah, you can be a part of this thing, and you can really make a difference. It'll be a revolutionary. It'll be remembered for God knows how many years. You just gotta be right at this place at a given time,
Right.
and the president will be there. Or
Right.
go up the ladder, and everyone will look the other way, and you'll have your shot, and you'll be a hero. You'll be a revolutionary.
Oh, 100%.
So it's not. I don't think it's a lot of the times. Charlie Kirk might have been different because of how that went down, but I think a lot of the times it's not the Mossad guy or the CIA guy who's actually pulling the trigger, but they've done everything to set it up so that the patsy can do it. Or a patsy can be there while their guy does it, and everyone's looking the other way.
Well, they don't have to wind up these these little NPC drones. They know if they inject a little bit here and push a little bit here and push a little bit there, they have no culpability whatsoever. I want to know what these fucking 10 to 12 people in the Discord chat that were all, basically high-fiving him in the chat leading up to this the last 2 weeks. That's been disclosed.
And Discord denies that ever took place. They said there's no record of it on any of their servers. So.
Yeah, well, they're gonna deny it. We'll see. We'll see what comes out. But that's why I want a public trial.
Well, he'll be dead. There'll never be a trial, and it'll be they'll have another distraction for
another
us.
Osgood. Hey, how about
Chris Osgood?
Oswald.
One hell of a goalie.
Because I like hockey more than I like conspiracy theories. But think about. Does anybody remember the Vegas shooter?
Oh yeah, Mandalay Bay.
We remember it here at the table, but that disappeared.
We got no answers, and it's gone forever.
It's multiple gunfire. There wasn't one gun. There was multiple guns being shot out of that window. And then you have, what, it was the Saudi Arabian prince flying off? Wasn't it supposed to be an arms deal? That guy was either CIA or some other thing selling weapons, and they're like, well, how effective is this? Well, watch that fucking crowd down there singing country. Watch this. How effective is that? Dude, you think Elvis and JFK are living in an island somewhere and they fake their deaths? Half of these patsies are on the islands. And Elvis and
when you go to Patsy Island, there's Epstein at the door, meets you, greets you.
I do believe that.
Come on down to the beach, guys. Yeah. Let's hang out.
Oh, you're exactly right. Eagle Eye. That was a great movie. Yeah, that's what Pass Me the Mic says. I was going back to Dale there. Looks like that POS bank account, he had $50K. I mentioned at the beginning of the show. I haven't dove into that, but they're trying to figure it out. Same with the Uvalde shooter in Texas. He got several $1,000s in his account and was able to purchase weapons and went and shot up the school.
Well, maybe those guys who kept mysteriously showing up at the townhouse weeks before and causing a stir, and the
conspiracy theorists.
Neighbors were like, who the hell are these weirdos?
You know what I'm going to do?
Unsettling
Shane?
characters were around.
I see where you're going with this, and I'm going downstairs, and I'm going to put on a, well, you don't get tinfoil anymore. You do aluminum. I'm going to put on an aluminum hat.
Okay.
Because what you're just spewing right now is just straight up conspiracy theories that,
Absolutely.
So do we want to play for break video? Do we want to play some of the coverage from the
How long is it?
Brighton? Well, there's 2 hours worth of video, and you don't want. I'm not talking about that. I said for the break, do you want to play a few minutes?
You know what I want to do? Guys, this is what I'm going to do for you tonight. I wrote a song 4 years ago, okay? And I...
tried to open that. I couldn't get it to open.
You couldn't get it to open?
Nope.
I thought it was a pretty good song.
I thought so, too.
And we go now.
Of course you
Dude, no, I say that with the most sincerity. I wrote it, forgot about it, and then this assassination happened, and I thought, man, didn't I write a song?
Look at the monkey. See, that monkey's got it
Stop.
going.
Stop.
That monkey's got it going on.
He knows what he's doing.
For those of you in the audience, you cannot see the deplorable incident that they're looking at. So this is a video, or this is a song that I wrote 4 years ago. And I think I'm going to share this with you guys. I just posted it yesterday.
Yep. And when we come back,
yeah.
When we come back, we have more police reports for the Livingston Strangler.
We do. All right, I'm going to go ice up and.
Could he also be a pimp?
It's one last thing I want to talk about around what we, it kind of goes in a little different direction.
Okay.
And I'll save it till after the break.
Okay. All right. Here's the song I wrote. It's called "It's Time." I wrote it 4 years ago, and then I had it sitting there and didn't. I just decided, I was like, wow, I dug this out, and I did a little quick edit on it. But here it is for you guys. In his hand, oh, I guess I got to rewind it. And it stands there. Let me see. Rewind it. There we go. I see a young man with a sign in his hands, and he stands there in full conviction of the truth that he believes in. Though he's young, he's grown tired of all the corruption he sees. Doesn't look like freedom's dad and his granddad said he should be. And he knows it's time to live what he believes. And it's time to stand up for freedom, for his goal, yeah. And it's time to honor the price that's been paid in blood. And I see his young wife with the children at her feet, and she stands with her husband in full conviction of the truth they believe. Though they're young, she knows there's no future if they don't stand here and fight for what they believe. And she knows it's time to live what she believes. It's time to stand up for our freedoms, for they're gone, yeah. And it's time to honor the price that's been paid.
carrying signs and say it's time to redeem our land, speaking truth and freedom, for it's too late.
Wife, your daughter, but this right here, this is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter, but this right here is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. But this is you. And this is their reaction when you are killed. This is the joy they feel when your sister is raped, when your children are castrated, brainwashed to hate you. This is their ecstasy when the floor of the subway car is awash in your blood. This is you. Make no mistake, that is a symbol, that is you. But this won't last long. They can't help themselves because they're so ugly and so low that the only joy they can experience, the only good that they can envision is to take something beautiful or innocent down to their level. And when they can't do it, the next best thing is blood. This is Charlie's family, and these are his children who will never be able to hug their dad and grow up with a murdered father. And these are the people who smugly revel in this, and they won't stop with just Charlie. The boats are burned. There's nobody coming to help. The barbarians are at the gate. This is the fall of ancient Rome that we are living through currently. And what happens in the next 2 weeks is going to determine the future of mankind. That's not hyperbole. That's just how it is.
And we're back. Thanks, you guys.
Well, there's something.
That guy had a hard time getting through that. I thought he was going to.
Because he's a human being. He's not a demonic,
Right.
indoctrinated troll.
That's my point. I mean, that's.
Is your mic on, Larry?
Yeah, I'm hearing him. Maybe
You're hearing him through us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
There you go.
something is happening, okay? And that is that let me just put it this way. I think the Holy Spirit's pissed.
Right.
Because of what's happened to one of, God's chosen people, one of its prophets, one of his.
Well, it says how precious
apostles.
in the sight is precious in the Lord. How precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of His saints.
And why do I say that?
Mm-hmm.
The strongest earthquake ever recorded just happened off the coast of Russia and Alaska, 8.5, coupled with tsunamis. There are earthquakes and volcanoes all around the world. The whole ring of fire in the Pacific Ocean is erupting. There is a new fault that goes from Illinois down towards Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, that has been rumbling. it's like the whole plate tectonics of the Earth is shifting. They said that the earthquake was so strong that it actually moved the magnetic North Pole on the Earth. The Holy Spirit's pissed as to what's happened. So yes, things are going to get a little strange.
Yeah.
And rumble as far as that. And you could probably speak to it better than I.
Well, let me read.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing.
Let me read you this. Let me read you this passage out of Romans. Since you said that, I didn't know that there was an earthquake.
Oh, big time! I think I sent you the information on
okay.
what I did.
Let me read you this passage out of Romans. Let me turn to it quickly here. Let's see here. I may have to go to my NIV because I know I have it marked there, but it says it says in essence that the earth groans in eager expectation, waiting for the sons of God to be revealed. And so when you realize that there is a connection, in fact, I'm going to look that up real quick because the references escape me. I know it's in Romans. The earth groans in expectation. Let me see what we get here. 8. Okay, Romans 8:19. Let me read it to you. This is the old NIV, one of the original NIVs, so it's safer than the other ones. But here it is. I consider that our present sufferings, this is, I'll start at verse 18, 8:18, Romans 8:18. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. The creation waits in eager expectation for the sons of God to be revealed. For the creation itself was subjected to frustration, not by its own choice, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be liberated from its bondage to decay and brought into the glorious freedom of the children of God. Whenever you have a worldwide impactful incident such as this, where you have foreign countries holding rallies, celebrating the life and mourning the death of Charlie Kirk, the earth itself has to respond to that. And what's it going to do? And I could read you another passage of scripture, but it talks about how the earth groans as with the birth pains of childbirth. And so I take those dynamics as less of an anger, even though I get that, more as the earth. So what happens during a volcano or a tectonic shift? In a tectonic shift, there's tension that in the earth, and then it's released. In a volcano, there's pressure, and then it's released. There's been so much pressure built up because of the demonic forces that have been running rampant through people, that now you're seeing a wave of peace spread throughout the world and a wave of renewal. The amount of people that went to church this past Sunday, the amount of people, as much as we see these leftist piece of shit on TV or on TikTok and all these other things, but the overwhelm, they're outweighed. We see them and we highlight them because they're demonic, but the amount of other people that got on there and said, I haven't been to church in 20 years, but I watched Charlie be assassinated and I'm going this Sunday. Name your incidents. People just left and right that are going, you know what? I need to reflect. There was one guy called into InfoWars. I caught this interview this call in the other day, and he said, I haven't talked to my sister in years. She went left. She went all over the place. Didn't talk to me. He says, she reached out to me, and we talked for an hour because she saw the assassination of Charlie, and she doesn't want anything to do with it as far as the leftist ideology and their whole agenda. And I look at that, and then I think of something like the earthquakes, and that's pressure, that's pent up tension being released at that moment. We interpret it always as a negative, but the reality is that how do we get the Rocky Mountains? How do we get some of these beautiful land structures. It took tension and pressure and then a release.
Well, and then I understand that.
Yeah.
And because I took
But that's not
her science. But the thing is that there's a ton of it happening, all at the same time, just within the last couple of days.
100%.
And the strongest earthquake ever recorded, 8.5. Never ever in recorded history have we had that.
And I'm not discounting your observation of the correlation and the observation. I'm just saying the anger from the Holy Spirit and the people of God has manifested in a tension release and a flood of peace. Now, a flood of any kind will be devastating to those in the path of the flood. But a flood of peace is in and of itself not a horrible thing. You know, they used to love the floods in certain areas throughout the world because
I sent this to you.
Yeah.
Scroll ahead.
So I understand the Holy Spirit's, you know, I mean, when Ananias and Sapphira lied to the apostles about an offering, they were struck down, you know, and so it's different dynamics. But I agree with you. This observation: the earth is groaning, the earth is waiting, and now the sons of God are standing up in Poland, throughout Asia, throughout
South Korea.
It's like they're going. They're standing up there and they're like going. We are all Charlie Cook, and you're going. You don't even, but they recognize that spirit. They recognize that truth, and the only people that believe the leftist bullshit are the leftists themselves. Nobody else is buying into it. Yeah. Nobody else is celebrating. That's why this whole thing of seeing them get fired. We don't have to do a thing about getting them fired other than email their bosses the video that they put up.
Yep. Right.
I was trying to download it before the show. There's a quote from Enemy of the State. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but there's a quote from the Enemy of the State, and he walks in and they said, "We think you should take a leave of absence." And he says, "A leave of absence?" He's like, "Are you firing me?" And he goes, "I think you just fired yourself." And that's what these shitheads are doing. No, I'm not firing you. You just fired yourself. Your actions precipitated what I have to do. That's what employers are saying. I didn't do this. If you'd have shut your mouth, you know, how many people have to sign employee contracts that they won't do certain things to affect the business?
That is correct. Many different jobs. You work for the government. Maybe you could be a lawyer. If you're a police officer, I know you got to sign it then. Yeah. They watch your social media and what you say, and if you say the wrong thing, you're canned. And the First Amendment just protects the government from putting you in jail for using free speech. It doesn't say you can't be fired from your job. And there's limits to everything. I'm a truck driver. I can't go put a big banner on the side of a 53-foot trailer and start driving around town with it, because if my boss doesn't agree with what that banner says,
you get fired.
I liked it. Bill Maher did a video of Bill Maher.
Yeah.
He was, interviewing this guy on his show, and the guy said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm getting drunk. I haven't gotten drunk in 20 years." He said, "But when they killed."
Oh yeah, and they killed Charlie.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm gonna go get drunk."
Is that what he said? Really?
Yeah.
Who did this?
One of the guests.
Bill Maher.
Was it Bill Maher said it?
Bill Maher. Bill Maher was getting drunk. He was hammered.
Yeah. And he was like, Bill Maher got up there and said, "And all you fucking people out there that are celebrating this, you're disgusting."
Yep.
This is Bill Maher.
Yeah. Well, he said they were talking about Bill Maher on the radio not all day, but for a good portion of the day on a couple different shows. And, he was talking about us being liberal, right? If I'm Bill Maher, us versus them.
Not our show in particular, because we would have huge numbers if he was talking directly about us.
Yeah.
But you mean like conservatives?
I'm saying when Bill Maher's talking about us, he's talking about
we'd have more
liberals.
than 15 people watching right now. There'll be 400 tomorrow, but that's fine tonight.
Right.
You're watching the baseball game or something. I don't know what the hell you're doing. You should be tuned into the show. It's quality entertainment.
Right.
Actually, it's good content.
But
Continue,
anyways, what he was talking about is the liberals won't engage. They won't sit down. They won't talk. The Republicans are, the conservatives, they'll sit down, they'll talk, they're nice and peaceful. And he started talking about stuff like the protests and then the candlelight vigils.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, Republicans are willing to sit down, but here's the thing. We are past the time to sit down now.
We're past the time to sit down, but we're still the ones that are couching everything we're saying in due process.
Right.
No vigilantism. No, it's due process. But then when your due process is done and we've seen your public trial and it's been adjudicated properly, I want you fucking strung up.
Yeah.
For being an I want that guy that stabbed Urinka in the neck. I want a public fucking trial. I want him fully convicted, and I want him strung up.
Well, you hear he's not even in prison right now. He's in a.
You're not on.
Oh. He's not even in prison right now. He was sent to some kind of psych facility where they're going to determine whether he's mentally capable to stand trial. So he's probably not even going to get a trial because he's going to be determined, too mentally feeble or schizophrenic or whatever. So he's not even going to get a trial.
Great.
For doing
I will
that.
Compromise with you.
And that will piss people off too. That'll piss people off again.
That's, you know what? Great. Send him to a mental place. I will compromise with you. I will compromise. You being the collective you. I will compromise. Okay, don't do a trial. Keep him in a mental ward for the rest of his life. The judge who let him go when he promised her that he wouldn't do any more bad things, she can take his place in a public fucking trial and be held accountable for capital murder. How about that? Because she seems to be of her own in a solid mind. So let's find somebody.
She's not even an attorney.
No.
I don't even know how the hell she holds a position of a judge.
She is tied back to Michigan. She was involved in a bunch of bullshit over in Lansing and had to flee. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I wouldn't expect to get justice. I think the thing that we're doing now so well, in addition to, starting to embrace some more of the hardcore tactics of making these leftists hurt for what they say on social media, which is going to make them be less likely to spew their nonsense. But also, what you're seeing with the people who are pro the assassination and psychotically cheering it on.
Anti-guns, but they're pro-assassination.
Pro-assassination, psychotic and
well,
inhumane and soulless. And then you see people coming together in these prayer vigils, peaceful and steadfast. And, that's what is more people are going to gravitate to. There are still people out there who, they're independents or they're moderates. They don't like both sides. They probably at one point thought that Trump was the crazy one, but now we're so far removed from that it's they see the left as the real threat, the real psychotic group of people, and they see a bunch of conservatives, peacefully holding hands and coming together. That's what more people, just in their innate humanity, will want to gravitate toward.
I did see a video. I don't think I have it available right now, but I did see a video of. There was a leftist or an LGBT person who was upset.
An alphabet person?
An alphabet mafia person. They were upset because there was a call out for them to be disarmed. If you identify as LGBT, you should be disarmed because you are unhinged and a danger to society. Yeah. And they posted a video of how upset they were that someone would insinuate that they would take away their Second Amendment, and it was a guy. He cut right in right after that. He goes, "Wait a minute, the LGBT are now defending the Second Amendment because they realize they got to have some self-defense." Because it was this, alphabet. All of a sudden the left is defending because they have no. We talk about the left-right dynamic here. We obviously do. I ultimately think it's bullshit. There is no left-right dynamic. I'm not a right-wing conservative, libertarian, any category you want to put me in on that side, because I ascribe to certain ideologies that the platform holds. I hold these truths to be self-evident in my heart.
Yeah.
And I gravitate towards people, organizations, and a platform that reflects the beliefs that I hold to be self-evident. Whereas the leftists are going after whatever platform or thing that espouses their tweak, their bent, their fetish, and using it. They will, the abortionists will align with the the alphabet mafia, and then out of the blue comes some other whack job right wing, and they'll all come together to unite against the people who are on the right.
Yeah, they need to stop calling us the far right and just call us the right so far.
The rights, exactly. Because this is not about, you go, oh, you're a right winger or stuff like that. And I go,
yeah, right so far.
I sleep at night because what I believe and what I constantly reassess and reaffirm in my beliefs or change and alter to become even better are not things that I want to push on somebody else so that they agree with me so that I feel better about it. These are things that I live by. When I've taught in church for the past 30 years, off and on, okay, I didn't teach from a place of just espousing a scriptural dynamic. I taught from the scriptures on something that I experienced and walked out that was beneficial and powerful in my own life. These people on the left, the quote-unquote left, they don't believe these things. They will shift on a dime. Or if they do think they believe them, they're so wound up and spun up that when you interject any type of logic or reason into the debate, they fucking assassinate you in a college campus. They cannot. I'm reading this. Acts chapter 7. I went over it on Saturday. If you guys get a chance, go tune into that video. It wasn't overly spicy, and I didn't do any advertisement, but I wanted to sit down. But listen to this. This is when they're going to stone Stephen. All right. He says to them, "You stiff-necked people with uncircumcised hearts and ears, you are just like your father. You always resist the Holy Spirit." That's why the Holy Spirit's upset and allowing the earth to feel it. "Was there ever a prophet your fathers didn't prosecute? You even killed those who predicted," not even killed the one. "You killed those who predicted the coming of the righteous one, and now you've betrayed and murdered him," Christ, right? "You have received the law but didn't put it into effect, through angels and have not obeyed it." Then listen, when they heard this, they were furious and gnashed their teeth. But Stephen, full of the Holy Spirit, looked up to heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand. And he said, "Look, I see the heavens open, the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." At this, they covered their ears, yelled at the top of their lungs. They rushed at him, dragged him out of the city, and began to stone him. They couldn't stand up against the wisdom of his words, and their only recourse was to kill him. If you resort to violence, like all of these these leftists, these people on that side, when you have to resort to violence and claim you're the people, I still haven't seen a single fucking leftist that actually lives out being tolerant. They're the most intolerant, hateful, demon-possessed group of people that I've seen. You're going to show up at a church, at a peaceful... No, you know what? You don't like what the pastor is doing at a certain church?
Go to another one.
No. Set an appointment with him. Ask him to meet with you one-on-one.
Yeah.
Have a discussion with him. Reason with him. Come let us reason
You mean
together.
don't show up at church with a big dick and wave it around for the kids
Correct.
to see?
Right.
Why?
Because you're a weak fucking person who doesn't actually believe if you have to demand other people believe it. I believe a lot of stuff. I don't need a single person to believe what I believe with me to validate what I believe. I have to have that own validation within my heart.
Right. Well, the same people that were doing this are the same people that support this guy right here in the Midwesterner that I'm about to talk about.
Do I need to cut to your screen there,
Yeah,
Larry?
but this is not...
Before
Shane,
you... Let me interject
Shane dropped
one
me
thing.
the F-bomb over here because I was dropping a few in my righteous rant.
But, like every time that there's a mass shooting, like when some psycho shoots some kids in a school, the first thing that the left say is, fuck your thoughts and prayers. save your thoughts and prayers. We need action. We need action, meaning government taking gun rights away from the people.
Yeah.
So the first thing they do is go on attack against people's basic humanity, their basic empathy.
Right.
And, genuine sentiment is the first thing that they go after when these mass shootings do happen.
Mm-hmm.
And, and then when the right person in their eyes gets shot, they're cheering it on. So they're everything that Western civilization stands for, United States stands for, everything that we need to be as a people, to have liberty and have the Constitution, they stand opposed to that. So no matter what happens to them, nothing can be too bad for how it ends up for these guys, because if they get their way, what will be enduring is the same thing that Bolshevized Russia endured, Maoist China, Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge in Cambodia.
He only did 2 million, though.
Yeah,
well,
those are rookie numbers. You got to get those numbers
He
up
only
if
did
you're
2 million.
desperate.
We got it going on right here. They just had the Palestinian conference in Dearborn, where Talib got up and said, we need to infiltrate the U.S. military. We need to take over America from within. This is their policy, their ideas. This is what the Muslim population wants to do, and they're taking over.
Right.
Not only have they taken over Dearborn, but they're taking, New York is next on the slate.
Yeah.
What after that?
If you don't, and that's the thing is, there's a quote Teddy sent me that he wants to introduce into the disclaimers, and I want to say it's Adams. Yes, Adams. Look at this. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to a government of any other. When you bring in Sharia law, when you bring in anything else, and that's what they're trying to do, it is incompatible. The Constitution is made for a moral and religious people. And I love Charlie Kirk did this. I'd never heard it. I hadn't heard it until he was assassinated, and then people were popping it up. And it's the one where he goes through and they said, well, you saying this is a Christian nation and the Constitution.
Yeah, I posted that on my Facebook.
It only mentions God 4 times. And he goes, do you know that like 12 out of the 13 constitutions required a declaration of faith, let alone affiliation with
the states, the colonies.
The colonies all had a requirement of church affiliation or a declaration of faith.
That's correct.
And a belief in Jesus Christ. As they all agreed that freedom of religion is there, but you want to serve in office, you want to be a representative, the Constitution is only available for a moral and religious people. It's wholly incompatible for anybody. The Constitution that says that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights that can't be leaned, only works for people who believe in the Creator as the Christian
well, that's why Democrats get mad. Democrats get mad when you point out our rights don't come from the Constitution. Our rights come from God,
and
our Creator. They come from Jesus Christ Himself.
Correct.
Our rights are human rights.
Then I got to ask the question. They come from Jesus. I got to ask the question. The question is that if this is correct, which it is, then does the Constitution actually apply to illegal immigrants coming across our border who aren't religious and do not believe in God?
Absolutely not.
Not to say that all of them don't, but quite, with MS-13s and the...
Well, Larry sent it to me. I think it was Larry. This one, it's a parody from the Babylon Bee. Well, that's Teddy's. I gotta go.
Yeah.
It's a parody from this, and it's. I gotta scroll way the fuck up. Where's it at? Oh,
right there.
There it is.
Watch this. Sound.
I'm trying to click on it.
Nice.
Why are you not playing, you stupid son of a bitch?
There's over in the corner on the other side.
I know, but it's supposed to...
Smuggling drugs. My favorite thing is how it rolls.
Listen to this.
I sure love the money we get from smuggling drugs. My favorite thing is how it ruins families. Hey, what's up? Hey guys, how's it going? You landed on the wrong boat, muchacho. No, I have the right place. I'm a public defender. I've been assigned to your case. We don't need no stinking public defender.
What? I wore deodorant. Anyway, the U.S. government decided cases like these deserve due process, so that's why I'm here.
Maybe we just cut you up, gringo.
There's no time for that. See, you two have been charged with being cartel members, and I need to know how you want to flee.
Yes, we are cartel members. That's why today is gonna be a really bad day for you.
I'm a public defender. I don't even know what a good day is like. Anyway, I really think you should fight these charges.
We don't care what you think, ese.
Okay, I guess you're pleading guilty then. I really need to get going.
What a crazy gringo. I don't like it when you call people gringo. That's an ethnic slur, and it makes me uncomfortable.
I guess there's no point in filing an appeal. Now, how do I get to my next case?
How do you get your next case, douchebag? No, but that's the dynamic. Is what you're saying? You're tapping into is these people coming illegally across the border. Mm-hmm. They don't respect the laws of this country. You know,
not at all. They don't respect our culture. I mean, they want to change it. They want to change our culture. They want Sharia law.
Well, it's just like the anchor baby thing, right?
Yeah.
With the 14th Amendment, the people that wrote the 14th Amendment made it clear who it was for.
Yeah.
Blacks, slaves that have been freed.
Correct.
To make sure they were citizens.
Correct.
Of this country, right? And they were clear in stating in their speeches. When they spoke on the floor of Congress, and that
yeah, it's all the fans, all the noise in the show
yeah.
is the fans trying to keep us cool up here.
Yeah, but you
give us another week.
They
or two
said
we'll
even on the floor of Congress that it didn't apply to them. It doesn't apply to illegal aliens.
Yeah,
they said so before it was ratified.
They said so, but they didn't explicitly write it in there, so leftist douchebags get on there and go, this applies to everybody who wants to come here and not assimilate.
So Judge Shaniqua has decreed that the 14th Amendment applies to everyone in the world.
Everybody. You know what I do like? It was decided, I think it was today, it was posted that old fatty fat-ass Willis is permanently barred from any prosecutions of Trump. How does that?
She should be disbarred from everything.
She should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and should be held accountable. And just like what she would have done, she should be given 3 times what her sentence should be, just like they've done. Maybe like with what? Who ran for president unelected? The vice. She was never elected during the primary.
Oh, Harris?
Kamala?
Yeah,
Camel toe.
She would keep blacks in prison for up to 3 times longer than their sentence because they were using them as slave labor in the different privatized prisons that were going on. Speaking of pieces of shit,
yes,
Larry, do you want to go to your laptop?
Yes, I do. We have a local guy.
Before we run off into the Midwestern and the local stuff that I'm not really wanting to hear, I wanted to ask a question about, I'm hearing this story that Congress has passed some kind of legislation that says if you disparage anything around Israel that you can find yourself in jail. Is this reality or is this just bullshit?
No, they have passed that. And I think it's coming at exactly the right time because as they pass that, now they're being confronted with the fact that stop fucking worrying about Israel and worry about Charlie Kirks in this country.
Yes.
What the fuck? Are you passing a bunch of laws about Israel and somebody saying something mean about Israel? You know what? You got a bunch of Palestinians that are here on visas protesting at a school fucking deport their ass. You're on a visa, just send them back home.
Yeah.
That's a done deal. When you've got a piece of shit assassinating one of our citizens who was a Christian, where are the fucking laws protecting the believers, the Christian believers in this country? We've got stronger laws for Israel than anything we have for Christians.
Well, laws protecting Christians would be deemed unconstitutional. It's favoritism. It's not freedom of religion because Christians are getting special rights. But then
unlike Muslims, Sharia law,
then that's not applied
Jews for being Jewish.
Jews in Israel, Muslims in Sharia law. Christians are getting the short end of the stick in the country that their ancestors founded.
How about Satanists?
Satanists, oh yeah, they get to have the Baphomet
And they go to court?
statue. The ACLU will argue for them, and the liberal judge will say, put the Baphomet statue right there in public square.
Yeah.
And the Ten Commandments, you can't have that, but you can have a mural to Satan in the town square.
How about the Satanists that went to court because they had the right to do abortions because it was part of their
demonic
ceremonies.
black magic ceremonies?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's one of their rights, their sanctified rights.
Well, I'm sure that's what the founding fathers thought of when they wrote freedom of religion in the
I
Constitution.
don't doubt that. I read some of the founding fathers' correspondence between themselves, and they certainly pointed out how they wanted Satanists at some point to have the right to murder babies and do sacrifices. I distinctly remember that not
anybody
ever
that murders a baby is a Satanist by definition anyway. So
100%.
It's confusing as hell because a guy that burns an American flag in the town square and stamps on it, that's okay. You can do that. That's freedom of speech. That's the First Amendment. But if you say anything disparaging about Israel, your ass is going to jail.
Well, not only that, if you do a burnout on somebody who drew a fucking rainbow flag in the middle of the street and you do a burnout across it, you're going to fucking jail.
Yeah.
But burn the flag,
That case, I'm going to do two burnouts on it. One burnout all the way across it.
Yeah.
And one burnout all the way back to erase it.
And you know what'll happen, Larry. You know what'll happen.
Because I erased it with
That's
the second
two charges.
burnout.
That's two charges.
That's two charges?
No, I agree with you, Patrick. It's bullshit. I find the Constitution in its application to be wholly adequate, especially the 9th and 10th Amendment. And Shane, we had a great interview a few weeks back, a month back, with the 10th Amendment Center. It was a great interview, great Sunday night interview, and I'll tell you what, the 9th and 10th Amendment cover quite a bit that you don't. And the Constitution and its brilliance, and the Bill of Rights, of course, that's what we're talking about, 9th and 10th. There's such simplicity and brilliance, and I believe it was Jefferson that talked about it. He says when bills or legislation becomes so wordy and they become so lengthy that it's hard to read, that's when corruption, that's one of the avenues for corruption to be interjected, is when words become, and that's reflected in Scripture, and Jefferson was certainly a student of the Scriptures.
I haven't seen a legislation where it hasn't been that damn thick.
Right.
Volumes.
Exactly. And so Scripture says this. It says that where words are many, sin is not absent. And sin specifically in the Greek, it's to be in error, to miss the mark, to not have a share, not have an inheritance. In the Hebrew, it's a little bit more simplified. It just simply means to not be accurate or correct, to be in sin. We make sin out to be much more higher, but then Paul wrote in Romans and he said anything that's not of faith is sin. Yeah. And what is faith? Faith comes by hearing the Word of God. Who is the Word of God? In John 1:1, the Word was, in the beginning was the Word with God, and the Word was God. And in John 1:14, the Word became flesh and made His dwelling among us. If you're not here, in John 15, 16, and 17, those chapters talk about Jesus Himself in red letter, editions, talks about how that He would leave us the Holy Spirit who would remind us of what He had said and lead us into further truth. You need to have the Holy Spirit speaking the words of the Word Himself, the Logos and the Rhema, speaking those words on the inside of us to resonate the truth that God has placed in all of our hearts and bringing that to light. And if we don't have that, then we're lost. That's the true reality. But we're supposed to be operating in that dynamic of the Word being resident on the inside of us. I need to have that guiding compass on the inside of me. I love, in fact, one of my songs is Making It Up As We Go. And I invoke one of the Isaiah verses in it, in the second verse. And it says, the verse says, whether you turn to the left or the right, you will hear a voice behind you saying, this is the way, walk in it. Long before the Mandalorian showed up on the scene about this is the way, I knew that scripture verse. Whether you turn to the left or to the right, you will hear a voice behind you saying, this is the way. And that's where we need to be. These people that are demonic, they're not hearing the voice of God. They're hearing that other voice, that demonic voice on the inside of their heart. Larry, let's get into this real quick. Let's get into, do you want to start with the Midwesterner?
We're going to start with the Midwesterner.
All right.
We have a local celebrity.
Local celebrity?
That made the Midwesterner.
Where's your thing at? I just clicked on your screen and it's black. Are you on your, do you have your thing open?
The same one I've always used.
Do you have the OBS open?
Oh, wow. Why did it close?
Yeah.
Is it there?
Nope.
Still nothing.
Is OBS open?
OBS. What's OBS?
All right, I'm coming over there. All right, explain to us, give us the preamble of what you're talking about while I come over there and open that up.
Well, it seems Jeffrey Amayo
Our
made the
superstar?
Midwesterner.
Did he now?
Yes.
Oh, see where it's at?
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that. Continue to talk. I'll work it out. I'll help you, Larry. I'm here for you, buddy.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So as we're trying to get this up for everybody, for you to see, Jeffrey Amayo made it to the Midwesterner for a nasty tweet he made, calling about.
Get that burp out.
Excuse me, I'm trying not to burp in the microphone.
I appreciate that, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, about Charlie Kirk's death. He said, something like, he was talking about gun violence, karma.
Oh.
And it made the Midwesterner, but it seems our browser's acting up.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over there and I'm just going to open up the Midwesterner and I will help you.
Go to Midwesterner and then local.
I got you, buddy.
Yep, and then
I got you.
We'll be right there in a minute.
I got you, Lair.
Oh, now where did that story go? Local? There.
No, we don't want geoengineering. We don't want early Christian writings. We don't want breaking news on RT. Where's my Midwesterner link? There it is. Found it.
There we go.
There we go.
So click on local.
Oh, locale.
Yep, there you go. And then see the guy with the middle finger there on the boat?
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that our local city council guy?
That's right. Jeffrey Amayo. Howell City Council candidate Jeffrey Amayo calls Charlie Kirk assassination karma.
Oh, and unfortunately he's wearing a Star Wars t-shirt, but he got that at Walmart for $5, so this doesn't count. He's not a real fan.
Jeffrey Amayo, a Howell City Council candidate endorsed by the IBEW Local 252 and 665, took to social media to call Wednesday's assassination of Turning Point's USA founder Charlie Kirk karma. Look at that.
Karma.
Shot while debating gun violence.
Yeah.
Karma.
Speaking of that, we didn't even get into this, and I'm gonna point this out, Larry. Where was that video at? I'm gonna come back to us here in the show. I'm gonna point this out. Videos. There we go. I want to go to Larry right here. I don't want to click on the video, but I'm going to click on the stills you sent.
Yes.
Now I want to click on the correct. Oh, you had them in a group, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's that one. All right. So this first one, it wasn't his opinion. It was his hate speech. What's the it? Depends on what the definition of it is. You mean his assassination?
Right.
Why do you say he didn't die or he wasn't killed because of his opinion? He was killed for his hate speech? But you just go it.
It implies that he deserved to be killed.
He deserved it. Right. Okay. All right. So then here's the one I wanted to get to. No, that's the video you sent me.
Yes.
Here, look at this one. Come on, flip your freaking douchebag sign. There it is.
Kids are being killed, but Charlie Kirk
said of them that they are. It was
Worth it.
worth it.
That's
okay.
okay. That's
it was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth it for them to be killed. No, you know what I did? I typed this in real quick and it came up. This is Snopes, not a right wing thing by any means. So here it is. This is what Charlie actually had to say. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. I love hunting. The Second Amendment is not even about personal defense. That is important. The Second Amendment is there, God forbid, so that you can defend against a tyrannical government. And if that talk scares you, wow, that's radical, Charlie. I don't know about that. Well, then you have not really read any of the literature of our founding fathers. Number two, you've not read any 20th century history. You're living in Narnia. And then we come down to when he started to talk about this. So here's the context, okay? Because Charlie, in this statement, said, that some people owning guns, there will be, right here, where it's in bold print. You'll never live in a society where you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have a Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights. Now, she said, children are dying, but we got to have this, you're saying it's worth it. Okay, you're saying it's worth it. But I'm going to go back to it, and here's what he said leading up to that. Now, we all must be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with pride, and that is part of liberty. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You could not significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. So when he says
that's called putting it in context.
Correct. And that lady
is a liar.
Is a liar
Just
when she says, kids are dying, but Charlie Kirk said it was the price of it. No, Charlie said with everything.
Go to the last video I sent you. It's only, I think if you look at it, it's only going to be about 10 seconds long.
All right.
So, because that's...
that one?
No. Go up right there.
That right there?
Does it say 16 seconds? See if you can...
I hit play instead of click on it.
There you go. Don't forget to unmute it.
Trying.
Drive team might have different indoctrination than another person. Or a different... My point, though, is that if a drive team might have different indoctrination than another person, or a different...
Thank you.
Like if
God bless you.
Hello, Felicia.
What did I say?
So godly.
Thank you. God bless you.
Is that what I said?
Thank you.
Later on in the video, what did she say?
I'm sorry, I wasn't playing that on screen.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Hello, Felicia.
God bless you.
Hello, Felicia.
Hi, Dad. So godly. Hey, Dad.
He's got those crazy eyes going.
Yeah.
Right, but she said
think
so
I'm in
godly
love.
because she came back after
She came
this.
back after me.
And she said, did you say fuck you?
No, she didn't. She said, you said fuck
you. Yeah, she said, you said fuck you. And he goes, no, I said thank you and God bless you.
And she called me a liar.
She called you a liar, and there it is on video.
Uh-huh.
They're unhinged people who hear what they want to hear. She heard from Charlie Kirk what she wanted to hear to espouse her own demonic beliefs.
That's correct.
And then she acted all polite in public and was nice. And did you say that to me? That's not a nice thing for you to say. It was she switched into the NPR voice her whole time while she was there. trying to be nice, and that's what this.
Code switching leftist.
Yeah, we're here on Stale Air, talking about how much we love everybody, and we're just calling for certain people to be murdered. It's okay. That's all right.
We believe the murderer actually was a right winger.
A right-winger. So that's justified.
We're currently looking. We're trying to identify a motive right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, getting back to the Midwestern here.
All right. Hurry up, Larry.
Last Thursday, Ameo apologized.
Apologies?
Yes. All right.
How about
I
take
would
your
like
apology
to
and wipe my ass with
formally
it?
apologize for my posts. I do not wish any harm on anyone with opposing views, and I have deleted the posts, plural. Republican activist Scott Pressler was the first to bring attention to Ameo's opinions. The progressive anti-Trump candidate left up a post and video depicting the moment of the assassination on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Ameo has attempted to strike a more politically correct tone in his city council campaign. In an interview published on his website, he said, "I think I share the same feelings as many people in this toxic political climate who are fed up and feel as though they don't fully belong in either party, and at the moment, because neither party is fully listening or acting on the issues that affect everyday working people and their families. If I am blessed enough to serve in public office, I will see myself duty-bound to listen to represent of Howell's residents, represent all of Howell's residents to this very best of my ability, regardless of the side of the political spectrum we are on." Okay, he is going to face off against 5 other candidates. Now, remember, this is the guy that choked out his girlfriend 8 times in an evening. He broke her hand and beat up her face. No, we read the report here.
Oh, right. Oh, there was a police report?
Yeah, we read the police report here back in April, I believe.
So it's not hearsay?
No, so it's not.
Then it is admissible, Counselor. We can admit that into evidence.
That's right. Now, so...
what a piece of shit.
Yes. Well, this weekend, I went to the 2A event, and something fell in my lap.
Something was...
I have 2 police reports here.
Oh, do we need to go over to overhead shot there?
So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, I'm going to start with this one first.
Okay.
Now,
look at Larry. I wish we had a camera we could zoom in on.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
There you go. That's the police report there.
That is the police report.
Document cam.
And if you look, it's Westland.
Use the document cam.
Use the document cam.
Zoom in on the document. I got the documents right here in my hand.
And over here,
forget it.
We
Go to
have
commercial.
Over here we have another one that we'll get to in a minute. That way I don't have to to get up again.
Good job,
so
Larry.
This one's out of Howell.
How well do
And
you
then
do?
we will conclude with a filing with a 2020 case for a 2018 felony drug in the 47th District Court. We'll be reading that too.
Okay. Let's do it quick, Larry.
So
time is dwindling.
Here's the first case. This is
what case is
incident number 19-01320. This
All right.
is Howell Police Department. So we'll do this one first, apparently.
Get her done, Larry.
Right. This alleges, this police report says that, let's see. Okay, I'm not going to give this defendant, this person's name. I'm just going to use
they, them,
her, she, and the lady.
Her, she.
Right.
Remember when they came out with the candy bars that were the her, she,
yes,
and the he, him?
All right. The offender here is Jeffrey Ameo. So on the listed date and time, Officer Briggs and I responded to the above venue for a verbal domestic. That means verbal domestic dispute.
Verbal?
Yeah, Central Dispatch advises the caller, the lady, was in a verbal argument with her boyfriend, Jeffrey Ameo. She advised Jeffrey was refusing to leave. Upon arrival, contact was made with both parties.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She advised that she had been in a relationship with Jeffrey for around 20 years. She advised that she had lived with Jeffrey in the residence since 2015. She advised that she she and Jeffrey got into a verbal argument last night. The argument spilled over into the morning. She advised argument over, they were arguing over civil property and residency issues.
Was this some of the credit cards they used illegally that they stole from us? Oh, my bad.
Different
property?
Yeah, different case.
Property that they were arguing over?
Different case.
Well, I'm just saying they were
That's
arguing over
Westland.
property. No, they were arguing over property.
I don't know that it's the same woman. It might be.
Okay, my bad. I jumped in. You never do that. Go, Larry.
Okay, so she advised at around 21:30 hours last night. Jeffrey grabbed her right arm forcefully and pulled her towards him further, and then she further advised that he then spit in her face. There were no visible signs of injury.
Just a little spit now.
She advised that she called 911 last night, but did not feel safe advising Central Dispatch that the assault took place.
All right.
So
that was an assault.
Yeah, later here it should be noted Central Dispatch confirmed the call.
Okay.
Right. So and Jeffrey was charged with assault and battery over this case.
Well, probably just a one-time
Just
thing.
a one-time thing. No big
got a little
deal.
heated, and it's not like
Yeah.
this guy could be a repeat offender or anything, could
No.
Why would you even insinuate
Yeah,
that?
because he choked out his girlfriend 8
That
times.
is not even
Oh, well, and then of
true
course
what the police report
there's
says
this
it is,
felony drug conviction right here in the 47th
know-
district. I mean,
But what was the drug?
I don't know.
Well, I want to know.
Because here's the thing. Whoever the anonymous person is that gave me this paperwork, they gave me this filing from this case, but they did not give me the case.
Well,
so this is my brain show can't bring light on
fully
that
verify.
right now. I
Right
am
now.
told there's more cases
But we'll
on
keep
the way.
everybody posted.
I am told that there's more cases on the way.
Well,
so now here we're going to deal.
as Shane said, he's not a serial offender.
No. Here we're going to deal with a 2012 incident out of Westland. And it appears that our lovely Jeffrey Ameo was running for office in Howell, was involved with a lady. And I'm assuming it's the same lady, but I. But
See, I made that assumption earlier, and you jumped.
Well, she said. It said in the report.
Didn't I? Didn't I,
they were
Patrick? Didn't I
involved
assume it was the?
for 20
I assumed it was the
years.
same lady earlier, and that they were fighting over. And he said no.
It might be somebody different.
It might be somebody different.
It
I
might.
don't appreciate that,
But
Larry.
I'm
I don't appreciate
I'm
that.
assuming, but I'm assuming.
You make an ass out of you
But-
and Mooming.
But this is an arrest of 2 people. It is Jeffrey Ameo and his wife.
How many arrests does he have?
Well, I know of
4.
4.
Okay. What's this one?
This one is.
I mean, he's running for city council. No big deal. He's
yeah,
going to
it's
try
no-
to,
yeah, no big
adjudicate.
deal at all.
He's going to represent everybody.
Yes. So the complainant in this case reports that he met the suspect. Now what I'm talking about here is the woman involved with Jeffrey Ameo. All right. So there was something going on here, and he might graduate from being Jeffrey Ameo, the Livingston Strangler, to Jeffrey Ameo, the Livingston Strangler, and something else. But let's find out what
are
something
you
else
saying?
is.
Well, just from that statement right there,
It could be.
We got to realize that.
Okay, the complainant reports
yeah.
that he met the suspect walking on Warren, and they exchanged phone numbers.
Warren, is that 8 Mile right there?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
To meet at a later date. No, I think Warren and 8 Mile run the same. Yeah.
That's a little south?
Warren's further
Okay,
north.
the complainant states that he met this female suspect at her apartment at 15:30 hours to have sex. Now, he met her walking on Woodward.
We're going walking in, going to bang.
And so he meets her later to have sex.
Yeah.
Then the complainant reports that when they finished having sex, he went to the bathroom, leaving his clothing and wallet on the floor. Why wouldn't you do that? I mean, because sometimes you got to pee after sex.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Most of the times.
Sometimes the women have to pee after.
You might have to clean up a little bit.
Maybe.
Oh. Tomorrow. Really?
Yeah.
President Vance is coming to.
You didn't know that?
Yep, coming to Howell tomorrow.
Yeah, he's coming to a stamping factory near you.
You know, that makes sense that a Republican would come to a white supremacist town.
That's what the Democrats are saying.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
And what was Trump's response to that? When they said, "Why did you come to Howell and meet here with the sheriff's department and do all that?" What did he say? He goes, "Who came here 3 years ago?" And the reporter goes,
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. He goes, "Oh, okay, enough said."
Perfect.
You're an idiot.
Yeah, that's.
Go.
He's always ready. When the complainant came out of the bathroom, the suspect was in a panic. She was yelling, telling the complainant that her ex-husband was on the way to the apartment, and he had to leave immediately. So now
This reads like a really bad Harlequin novel. Dude.
Yeah,
It's fucking disgusting already.
So now you have Jeffrey Ameo on the way.
Yeah.
So the complainant quickly got dressed and ran out of the complex and didn't notice his wallet was missing until he was away from the property. Then he called the suspect back. So he calls back this female.
He's like, "I know,"
and says,
He's a
"Can you
whore,
look for
but
my
you
wallet?"
got my wallet?
And she advised that she couldn't find it.
Like, "I don't know where your wallet
The
is."
complainant didn't believe her, so he drove to the Westland Police Department.
He's like, "I banged this chick. She took my wallet."
After about an hour, the suspect called him and told him that the wallet was in the hallway, but she could not come out because Jeffrey Ameo was inside.
Oh, Jeffrey Ameo was inside the building, not inside her.
Both? I don't know.
I don't. Well, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
It depends on
I'm
our
not sure.
definition of is.
Yeah. Okay, the complainant retrieved his wallet and noticed
Was
that
there a
his
blue dress?
bridge card and $175 were missing.
A fool and his money are soon parted.
Uh-huh. Yes.
A bridge. Wait, this guy
Which
has
the female suspect denied taking.
I didn't even correlate this when you first told me about this, but the dude has a bridge card.
Yes, and $175 in his wallet.
And he's paying a woman for sex, or he just had sex with her?
Well, it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say he paid her for sex.
It doesn't say that.
But she took his $175
It says
bridge
she was
card,
walking
so...
on Warren, and they exchanged phone numbers, and they met on a later date.
All right.
Yeah.
Could have been just a hookup.
It could have been, but it could have been a pimp.
Could have been a pimp. Could have been a
been.
thing. All right, Larry, finish up. I'm getting...
So the complainant went and filed with FIA the next day to report his card stolen. He was advised it had been used at Kroger on Middle Belt Road in Westland for $218.14, and again at the same store for $140.35 with 2 minutes later. So the complainant contacted Kroger and was advised to have the police do the rest. So
what's the summary of this?
Well, so
Jeffrey
the summary,
Ameo uses somebody's bridge card to buy some shit?
Well, it
from
looks like there's some sort of trap here. I mean, this is what it could be. It could be a pimp and a woman robbing their johns.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that what they call the customer? Is it
They
a john?
do. They do.
Right?
Larry, you
So,
seem to know a little too much about this.
well, I read the police reports right here. So, I mean, it's
beautiful
like,
reflection.
Convenient.
I
How
only
convenient
know-
for you
yeah.
in the report.
Yes. So, and then
So there's the illustrious
this is
Jeffrey
Jeffrey
Ameo that
Ameo.
wants to be our representative in Hull,
Yeah.
Michigan.
And he's the Livingston Strangler and possibly the pimp.
He was like, "Nah, I was innocent. I just was handed a bridge card and told to go get some steaks down at the Kroger, man. I had no idea." "Oh, you had no idea?" "Yeah. And she handed me some cash too to throw in a gas tank. I had no idea." "Nothing to see here.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I want to run for public office
So
because
here
it seems
is-
like that's where the crooks reside."
Here is a letter that Jeffrey Ameo wrote in a 2020 pleading to the judge after a felony drug conviction. All right, I believe this was something that he wrote at sentencing.
You say it in the Clinton
Yeah.
voice, I never smoked marijuana.
To whom it may concern.
I only had,
Thank
but
you.
I didn't
I
inhale.
didn't inhale. I just was there.
Thank you for taking the time and considering my motion, Your Honor. I am humbly asking this court to allow the removal of my tether and end my drug testing requirements. Let me begin by again re-uttering that this whole process is the best thing that ever happened to me.
I cleaned up my whole life.
It was the catalyst that led me to a life worth living. Contrary to Mrs. Parker's belief in me as stated in the court transcripts concerning me finding Christ as a born-again Christian, I have been blessed and I am walking epitome of a miracle.
The walking epitome.
Epitome of a miracle, and became a member of the church Cornerstone. I have been baptized. I have participated in men's retreats. I'm involved in Bible studies.
When
and
was this?
I am active member of church.
When was the date of this?
July 25th, 2020.
2020.
2020.
And in September of 2025,
yes,
he says Charlie being assassinated was karma.
yes. Do you know any Christians that would say that?
Not a single fucking one.
All right, I'm just saying.
No, I'm just being very vocal.
Yes.
Very demonstrative.
I agree
Dropping
with
an
that.
F-bomb in there.
Yeah, I agree
Not a
with that.
single fucking Christian that I know of true integrity, of a heart for God, would have said that it was karma.
I am a living example of a parable of the story of a rich man asking Christ what he might do to become a disciple.
Well, in 5 years, you didn't grasp the concept that Charlie Kirk was a man of God.
Christ said, give away everything and I will bless you 100 times over. I own my home. I have started a business and it is thriving, although he doesn't have a builder's license.
Well,
He's not a licensed electrician. He wasn't a licensed electrician.
I got to point out in the chat, Pass Me the Mic said, God bless you guys. Hope all is well. Love the song, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Thank you. Like, share, and subscribe. Do all that. When you watch the, go look up the song on YouTube. Well, it's on all the platforms now. It should be. It's popping up on Spotify and all the other stuff. And I just want it to go viral. I really want it to get out there. Continue, Larry.
But there's a note. Whoever gave this to me tabbed it with these little comments.
What does it say? Don't.
It says.
Don't share that part that you just shared.
It says no builder's license. He started a business, but he doesn't have a license.
If he's doing commercial, that's okay.
So.
Was he doing commercial building?
I have no idea. I don't.
If he's doing residential building,
yeah.
Then Michigan state law, as much as I abhor it.
Yeah.
I have actually, I actually personally.
Right.
But
he doesn't have.
I have 2 builder's license.
Right, but he
one they require me to have for my personal me, and one they require for my S corporation, JSG Construction Incorporated.
Right.
I have 2 separate numbers of builder's license
And
that I have to pay twice for.
And they also say that he doesn't have his electricians. He's not a.
You have to do 5 years.
Yeah.
You have to do like 3 years of journeyman's and then 2 more years of apprenticeship.
I have completed my domestic violence case, and I have learned from them, and I am over halfway done with my community service and requirements. There, another one of these that says he didn't pay the fines.
You know,
before the lockdown, I have satisfied and completed my probation at the 18th District Court, and I have had absolutely no police contact. Your Honor, the reason I petitioned this court is for the amendment to probation to letter as follows. Miss...
Can't hear you. Move your hand.
Oh, okay. Ms. Hogan stated that the impact statement on sentencing hearing in June 15th, 2019, and I quote, I'm here today just to make sure that everyone knows that I'm afraid of him when he gets out. I'm afraid he will come to the house. He has contact with his neighbors across the street from me. I do not feel safe with him being out of jail anytime soon. I just want that to be known. And Mrs. Parker stated clearly, based on the victim has stated today, she is still suffering from the defendant. She's scared of him. She's terrified, and she's going to come after her basically if he gets released. Your Honor, upon release, I have I had not nor want to have contact with my victim. Unfortunately, the victim insisted on attempting to having contact with me since I have been released. In order to protect myself from said harassment, I had to file a PPO against the victim, Mrs. Hagerson, and the hearing found in Judge Hattie on September 26, 2019. Remember Judge Hattie? He was a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Judge Hattie stated that he thought he recognized the harassment and the lack of veracity of a warrant to be requested. However, Mrs. Hagerson threatened to show up at the church in an attempt to deprive me of much-needed fellowship.
What the hell? Much-needed fellowship?
This guy is running around.
Listen,
this guy's running around town telling everybody we have a white supremacist. I mean, the reason I'm reading this is because it's ridiculous. This guy's as much of a Christian as the biggest Satanist on the planet.
Your favorite friends over there.
Well, I mean, he hangs out with Sage. He's endorsed by Sage. He's endorsed by Casey Hilton. Casey Hilton just put out a tweet the other day, told me to eat a dick, and she donated $100 to this guy.
Did she say eat a dick or a bag of dicks?
No, she just said eat a dick.
Oh, that's okay. I mean,
but between me and her, the only one of us that eats dicks.
The newest Michigan car.
Oh,
the broken.
Did you send it to me?
Yeah, right. I mean, here's this guy talking about church, and he hangs out with all these perverts and pedophiles that are waving penises around.
I don't know why you say that, Larry. Just because they brought a penis to a church
and showed it to the kids going in and out of
because the pastor
Sunday
of that
school?
Church is part of the board or the head of the library board and wanted to put labels on books and restrict certain books that had pornographic material in it from children.
Terrible? Isn't that terrible?
I mean, he's
put labels on books, on porn books. Sexually explicit
and just put a label on it and put it in a certain section.
And I want to make something clear. There's a difference between a book that is sexually explicit and one that contains porn. Because, if it's like this and it's print, it's sexually explicit.
We still didn't let little kids read Harlequin War.
If it has pictures, then it's porn. And
like cartoons?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well,
like
cartoons
illustrations, cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what's the name of that book? What's the name? Is it called
Genderqueer?
Genderqueer.
Go behind
does
the
it have
shed?
a picture?
The neighbor man used to like to take me behind the shed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show him how to suck something.
Nothing to see there, bro.
No.
Jeremy, I actually sorry, your suck conversation is going great. Hate to interject, but no, I've actually found
use the term interject. Go ahead.
I actually found video from Jeff Amayo's court appearance. I sent it to you. So
you sent it to me.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm headed there now. Boom, chicka, boom, 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 boom.
Always count on Shane Trejo to outdo.
Yeah, that's why I wrote a song.
Is this Jeff?
Hello there, Your Honor. I want to say I'm sorry for the things I've done, and I try and be stronger in this life I chose. But I want you to know that door I closed. In Your Honor, I'm sorry, 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 sorry. To my mother, I'm sorry, 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 sorry.
You're going to jail, motherfucker.
To the victim, I'm sorry, 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 sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry,
Preach it,
sorry,
brother, preach it.
sorry,
Get some.
sorry.
Yeah, I'd put him in. I'd give him 10 more years for singing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Anna. That is Jeff Amayo. How did you pull it up so quick, Shane? It was right there.
6 cents.
Fuck, we've had too much fun tonight.
That wasn't really Jeff Amayo, but that was funny.
It was black. Isn't Jeff black?
He says he is.
Well,
That's
how can you dispute it?
That's important.
They say all white people look the same.
Yeah.
Could have been him.
We do, don't
Does
we?
he have a lovely singing voice?
I don't know. You know, you would have to actually ask the girl that he choked out 8 times. She would know.
She probably wouldn't.
He
He was like,
probably
I'm sorry,
singing.
sorry, sorry.
I'm sorry. That's why he said sorry 8 times.
Well, I'm choking you out, bitch. Dude, too much fun for such a sad fucking environment.
Yes. Nothing wrong with a little satire when you're reading this kind of crap.
I tried to do it before the show tonight, and I didn't get a chance. But I want to pull up the another person who exploited women, allegedly. Who was the comedian? The Huxtables.
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby. Remember his comedy, his stand-up comedy, and he had the whole skit about the little kid on the plane. Jeffrey. The little kid on the plane was Jeffrey, and Jeffrey was antagonizing everybody on the plane. And then Jeffrey, 3 minutes before the plane landed, finally fell asleep, and everybody walked by as Jeffrey was sleeping, and they went, "Goodbye, Jeffrey!" And woke him up, and he was like, "Ah," because he interrogated everybody the whole plane ride. And his mom walked around going, Jeffrey, don't do that. Jeffrey, stop that. Jeffrey, stop that. I wanted to play just that clip of Bill Cosby saying, Jeffrey, in honor of our very own city council runner. Yes. They're here. Final thoughts, Patrick, before I lose my fucking mind.
We already lost our mind.
Yeah, earthquakes and shit. What was it, 8.4? That's
8.5, yeah.
Are they warning Indonesia and...
yeah, all the way to California.
California and Hawaii.
That's what happens when you eat too many White Castles.
Well, in 8.5, there's been smaller earthquakes in that area of Alaska that has produced 8 to 10 foot storm surges.
The entire.
You go to this guy, he describes it.
How long is it?
The entire West Coast is under tsunami warning, aren't they?
Is it?
Did they cancel that, or is it still in effect?
No, it's passed.
It's passed.
I like. We got to show our.
Oh, this is the new official car of Michigan. Yep. This is the new car that Governor Whitmer has endorsed. Yep. There's the new car. In honor of, so we have 2 seasons, winter and orange barrel season. Yep. And Gretchen Whitmer, she's such a champion of not being a shithead. That's where it's at. Which one was it, Patrick?
It's this guy.
Speaking of wretched Gretchen.
Wretched Gretchen?
Right there you
okay,
go.
This is
I believe
earthquake?
it's Stretching Gretchen.
Stretching Gretchen. Get it right, Larry. Stop objectifying. I have to unmute it.
Largest earthquake.
And rewind it because Facebook is a piece of shit.
Yes.
Ever recorded in human history. It's also the largest earthquake. The earthquake that just took place off the coast of Russia is the 6th largest earthquake ever recorded in human history. It's also the largest earthquake recorded in the past 14 years. There are currently tsunami warnings in place for the U.S. state of Hawaii, a number of advisories for tsunamis. Watches are in place for the west coast of the United States. And in Japan, sirens are sounding in some cities amid tsunami warnings there.
Lord knows we don't need another.
Also, sirens have sounded in Hawaii
Fukushima.
as the state braces for waves that are on the way. It will take a matter of hours for these waves to get there in the aftermath of this earthquake that will ultimately cause the tsunamis that are taking place. As we continue to follow this story, if you have any specific questions, I'll try to get them answered. Put them in the comments below. The earthquake that just...
All right. So tsunamis, dude. Yeah, and I don't disagree. Like I said, I wasn't trying to disagree with you that the Holy Spirit's angry. I was just offering that the earth cries out for the liberty, the freedom of the people of God to be revealed in that dynamic. So there is an expression of violence and aggression, but it's so that when I go to build a house, I bring in the excavator and he digs a big fucking hole and he knocks down this tree and he knocks down that tree and he does all this stuff, and then another bunch of trucks come in and they pour a footing and they pour a foundation, and I come in and build, and there's all of this destruction, even though we don't consider it destruction, but that's literally what we're destroying the landscape in order to put a house in. But then when it's all done and we've decorated and we put the siding on and we put all the roof on and we put the trees all, redo the landscaping and I'll do all that stuff, it's gorgeous and it looks like it's been there the whole time. But we had to destroy a lot of shit to get it done. And that's what I'm saying is, yeah, there's this dynamic that comes in, but what we expect to come out of it is the liberty of the sons of God.
And I am just, I see that there is destruction here. I mean, a great man lost his life, and his wife lost a husband, and their children lost their father, and but the echoing effect of that is that the entire world, not just the country, the entire world is celebrating his life and mourning his death. With candlelight vigils, etc.
Yeah, amazing.
And this is, I think, opening up a new era. I think a tide's turning. Somebody's saying something about the 23rd, something major is supposed to happen. I don't know what it is. And they're talking about end times. We're living in end times. I don't know if that's true or not. But
well, they've been saying end times for the last 2,000 years. So it's like, okay, we're always in the end times for somebody.
Yeah.
People in World War II thought it was the end times. People in World War I in specific areas throughout Europe thought it was World. Yeah. So I go, you know what? What did the Lord say above all of that end times dynamic? He said, stay in the field and do your job. Even when he says, one will be in the field working and another will be doing something else, milling the grain. But either way, we're working.
Yeah.
A lot of times this end time is meant to this end times dynamic that you're describing is meant to paralyze us. No, it should be empowering us. If we're in the end times, we should do more work. Because it literally says in Scripture that the Lord is not going to come until the full measure of the Gentiles is brought in to the kingdom. So that dynamic's huge. Continue, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll end with Chad Prather, he was saying, he said, I'm beyond livid about this. I'm beside myself. He said, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done being a nice guy. You put your life in peril if you come in front of me and preach this left-wing bullshit. We've acquiesced for
They've
way
woken
too
up
long.
the sleeping giant.
Yeah, they poked a bear.
Yeah.
And so now it's time. And it is. Yes, we want to be civil, but the left is not civil when they're celebrating the death of this man. As I said earlier, I didn't agree with Barack Obama. I didn't like Joe Biden. 50-some years in public service, and all he did was leech off the system and cause us great damage.
Right.
I didn't care for Kamala Harris at all. Despised her, but I would never celebrate any of those people's death. It was just totally out of line for this kind of stuff to happen. Shows who those folks are, and time for us to stop being, like, as Chad Prather said, the nice guy.
Yeah. Well, there's multiple people that said that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But I agree with you. Yeah.
That's my final thought.
Okay. Give me a signature. Larry, ready for final thoughts?
I am. I want to cover one more story on the Midwesterner. You don't have to bring it up. I'll just talk about it.
Here we go.
I'll just talk about it.
Oh, man. I'm going to take a nap.
Larry.
Well, we usually do the lightning round.
I know.
We just talk about the headlines.
We're talking a lot about...
but, we had to cover this story.
What do you got, Larry? Which one?
And this is just Gretchen Whitmer blames Michigan economic woes on Trump, but state slides begin on her watch.
100%.
Yeah, so, I mean...
You're talking about this,
she's trying,
this right here? You're talking about this story right here?
That's the one.
Or Gretchen, stretching Gretchen Whitmer? Herr Whitler?
Yes.
Whitmer? Where she says, no, it's Trump's second term. It wasn't me or Biden.
Yeah, well, in a brief
you take office,
scripted
write two
speech,
letters.
Delivered Tuesday, Governor Gretchen Whitmer blamed Michigan's economic problems on a man-made storm of uncertainty brought on by chaotic national tariff policies under President Donald Trump.
Oh, the tariff policies.
Listen, everybody can go to the Midwesterner And, there's a
And
whole
read
bunch
this.
of great stories and more. I don't want to really read this, in my final thoughts, but I just wanted to bring that headline to attention as she desperately tries to pin her failures on somebody else.
I'm not, what she said was, I'm not really actually in charge of the country. Donald Trump's in charge of the country. And I'm not even in charge of my state. Donald Trump's the one. So I'm not an actual leader if the president can manipulate everything.
Yeah. Well, at least 165,271 Michigan households were struggling to afford, a survival budget that covers housing, child care, their food, their transportation, and taxes in 2023. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
Who is president then?
Joe Biden.
Okay, just 41% of Michiganders, 4.1 million households, or 1,673,555, struggled to afford survival budget in 2023. And
Who's in charge?
That's 2,359 more than in 2022.
Who was the president then?
2022?
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Biden.
Not a joke, everybody. That's why we were defeated in 2018 when they tried to do it. We went to 54 states.
54 states, dude.
54
Yes.
states.
We went to 54 states.
Data from annual reports show that when Whitmer took office in 2019, the figure was 38%, translating to 1.5%. 1.5 Michigan households.
What's that song from the wedding scene? Remember that, Trejo?
But
Remember that
anyways,
song?
that's
It all was
Midwesterner.news. Midwesterner.news. My final thought is this. If you live in Howell, do not vote for Jeff Amayo. If you don't live in Howell and you know somebody that does live there,
Advise them against being
advise them against it. So,
no builder's license.
yes. It's...
You have a secret admirer, Larry, that dropped you some info there.
Yeah.
He brought it in a nice, pretty envelope. I thought there was going to be some perfume smells on it, a little bit of glitter.
Yeah.
And it was not to be.
It's a nice, pretty envelope, all folded up and ready.
Sign my paper and pass it to Trejo.
Delivered.
Fucking quarter after 11.
He's in the middle of his papers now.
Oh, is it? Did I put it there?
Pretty sure you did, yeah.
Oh, I did. You're
Holy.
lucky.
Good looking out, Trejo. Trejo!
Up next.
You're up next.
There you go.
Final thoughts, my friend.
Okay.
And the big camera goes straight on to Trejo. Look at that. Ding, ding, ding.
To the rhinos, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I choked the bitch out.
To the neocons, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I stole the bridge card.
If I ever offended
I'm sorry
you.
I spit in your face.
Sorry I pimped out my girl. I'm sorry.
That's my final thought.
That was beautiful. I absolve you. I will come back and do my final thought over here with my smiling grin.
Outdoing me on my own show.
That's a good. No, I love it. We lost a phenomenal individual, but I believe that just as in times past, that the death of a saint of God, a true believer that upholds the righteous cause, is the seed and catalyst that brings forth a harvest that never could have been obtained any other way. And so I'm seeing this wave. As of Saturday, Larry saw 32. I saw on Sunday 36,000 applications for new chapters of Turning Point USA. Now, those are just organizations, but those organizations represent a belief and a philosophy and a dynamic that is sweeping this nation. We didn't even get a chance to play some of the videos that we saw on Sunday at the candlelight vigil in Brighton. It was very profound to me. You had at least a couple thousand people, we're estimating.
And 2 protesters.
gathered there. Was there two? I only
Two.
saw was the guy next to her with the Christ is King sign was a left-wing douche?
Yeah, he kept trying to say you guys are putting politics before God, and that's idolatry.
You wore a Trout T-shirt.
Mhm.
I wore one of my nice embroidered shirts.
Yeah.
And then they kept citing that people were, just it was like
Yeah,
a
my
Trump
shirt
rally. And I'm
said
like,
"Trout make fishing great again."
I saw more T-shirts that just said more white T-shirts that just said freedom on them than I saw anything else. There were more
Yeah.
white T-shirts that just said freedom, but I saw this outpouring and these people gathering together to remember. The vast majority of what I heard from the band shell was hymns and God Bless America and all of our beautiful stands that we do for our country and for our Savior. And I was very moved by the outpouring of people, and they were peaceful. And we had these two people that showed up to try and stir up things. And we watched these two little girls, and we tried to invite them on the show, but their parents kiboshed that, which is that's their prerogative. But I watched these two little girls stand up and speak to this lady that we put on the screen earlier with her little signs, who came just to provoke. And I watched these two little girls just be extremely articulate, ask questions, and do exactly what Charlie did, which was engage, be polite, ask questions that provoked a response. And I'm not going to say that the time for civil discourse has gone, but when we walk into environments, I tend to think that the cry now needs to be, are we going to engage in civil discourse or do you just want to shoot me? Because that's what it's come down to. Do you have, on the left, any integrity, any ability to articulate your point of view, or do you just want to kill me? And if you just want to kill me, then we have no discussion. And I'm walking away, and I am fully armed and will defend myself. I'm not going on offense. But I believe this has become the reality that we have in 2025, is that we need to look people in the face when they're showing up at our churches, when they're showing up at other rallies, and say, do you want to engage in a civil dialogue, in a civil conversation, or do you just want to kill me? And I want to say that to them in such a way as to provoke them to respond. Because as we've seen on TikTok and X and all these other places where they're posting this horrible demonic bullshit, there are elements within our society that do not want to engage in civil discourse. They just want you dead. And that is demonic. And we need to start drawing attention to it, calling it out, and neutralizing it as best we can.
Well, as Megan Kelly was pointing out, she said, we cannot have unity with people that want to kill us. We can't have unity with people who want to celebrate the death of a great prophet and man of God, such as Charlie Kirk.
100%.
Not capable of doing that.
Right.
They don't
And one thing to remember, too, is this. All right, that assassin sent Charlie Kirk to be with Jesus.
Yes.
So Charlie Kirk's with the Lord right now.
That's great.
You know, and that's something to
That's
rejoice
a solace,
about.
yes, 100%.
Right? But that's bittersweet because of the way that the wife's life is ruined, her heart is broken.
Yep.
The children.
Yeah.
You know, the people that's all been hurt, the pain in the world right now. Lots of people really like Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
Hey, my mom's with the Lord 100%.
Yeah, your mom's with the Lord 100%.
What would I do
and
to
someday
have
we're
her sitting
all,
at the
everybody
table?
sitting here is gonna be up there and see Charlie Kirk again.
Yeah. But what would I do to have my mom sitting here today with us?
Probably anything.
Probably quite a bit, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
So that's my final thought tonight is
yeah, one of these days we got to talk about Genesis and a day being like 1,000 years.
Yeah. Love you all. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Do all that stuff. Go to thealexjonesstore.com/thisismybrain. Get something great. Get some methylene blue. Get some. I do the turmeric gummies. I do the Shilajit. That shit's legit.
How about this one?
Oh, no.
That's
Supremacy, baby. Oh,
I'm cutting away from that shit, dude. You guys are not right, man. So do all that stuff. Love you all out there. Appreciate everybody. Patrick, Larry, Shane, glad you could join us tonight. Shout out to all of our audience out there. Again, like, share, and subscribe. Do all that jazz. We appreciate you guys. And we will catch you next time.
Yes.
This is my brain.
Okay.
This is my brain.
Dad, that's an egg.
Yeah, that's an egg.
Honey,
Dude.
that's an egg.
Seriously.
That's an egg.
It's a metaphor.
It's still an egg.
That's an egg.
I would challenge you.
That's an egg.
I know my brain is not actually an egg, okay? It's a metaphor.
Metaphor or not, that's not your brain.
It's just an egg.
Una cerveza para mí. My egg is my brain.
Can I at least have some bacon, maybe some sausage with that egg, though?
Oh, I want some bacon.
I want crepes.
Have some bacon and pancakes with that egg.
I'll take it with cheese.
Extra large brown cage-free eggs.
Can I have your brain with cakes?
A little sausage and a little toast and potato.
That would be great.
Does it have antibiotics?
I don't know, man. I'm not good at this shit.
Well, they gotta be able to resist some diseases.
You resist the disease.
Has it got any hormones?
Maybe. It's cage free.
Vegetarian?
Maybe.
Are they vegan?
No, I eat steak.
Never apologize and never explain.
Never apologize.
Never apologize and never explain.